Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our Governance and Priorities Committee meeting for July 21st. Starting with our land acknowledgement, in the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge the Mokitas and the traditional Treaty 7 territory and oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, Legal Dakota Nations, Chiniki, Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Tsuut'ina Nation. We acknowledge that this territory is home to the Métis government of the Métis Nation with Alberta District 4. And finally, we acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering place provides us with an opportunity to engage in and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. Moving to our agenda, I do believe that we're going to have one change to our agenda for sure, which will be we're moving the items from 9.1, which is mid-annual committee update, to agenda 6.8, which is the consent agenda. So all of those reports will be there. All of those reports are public. It just means that we're just going to be accepting them as part of the consent agenda. So before having approval of the agenda, first looking to administration, if there's any changes or additions to the agenda. Seeing none. Looking to council if there's any other additions or changes to the agenda. Seeing none. With that, I'll call for the motion to approve the agenda as amended. Councillor Narayan.
Yes, good morning. I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee approve the July 21st, 2026 Governance and Priorities Committee meeting agenda with the following amendment. Move agenda item 9.1 mid-annual committee update to agenda item 6.8 consent agenda.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Sambo will be joining us a little bit later on this morning. Moving to our council recognitions and announcements, we have two athletes that we're going to be recognizing today. So one of the things that this council has made a priority is celebrating success that happens in our community. And so some of that success happens at the team level. Some of that success happens at the team level where we're celebrating team. And we also have athletes that participate in teams that are around our community. And this morning, we are going to celebrate two athletes, Mila and Piper, who play for the U15 female box lacrosse for the Fury Lacrosse Association, which is based out of Calgary. Their team, who is Fury Purple, went 11-0-1 in the regular season. They won the city championships, and which earned them a spot in the provincials, and then they went on to win the provincials in June. So congratulations on winning both cities and provincials. And then Mila also represented Zone 2 at the Alberta Summer Games and came home with bronze. So she's here with two medals here this morning with a gold and a bronze. So I don't know if you want to be put on the spot and come and say anything. I also know that your coach is here. The coach, okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I got your back on this. So your coach gave you the nudge, but I think the coach should come and say something on behalf of his athletes. Now I'm going to put the coach on the spot. So I'm just wondering if either coaches or parents, if you just want to share a quick word, the coach is going to take the opportunity. I could see it. If you just want to come up to this mic right here, turn the camera on you. And athletes, Mila and Piper, can I just have you come and stand with the coach so we can see the medals that you are wearing here this morning? Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, so I've had the pleasure of being with Mila for 2 years now. And then this is Piper's very first year playing lacrosse. She's done leaps and bounds, and growth in the sport is amazing. And Mila, as always, she's a standout player. I've had the pleasure of coaching her this year through the cities and provincials, and then also through the Alberta Summer Games. She was on my team there too. Very proud of these young ladies, and I just can't wait to see what comes out of everything and their growth.
Awesome. Well, thank you. So we have two certificates. Council is going to come down now and present you with two certificates on behalf of the city of Chestermere on your accomplishments. I will also say publicly about Mila, be very, very careful with her around water fights. I'm just speaking from personal experience. Whenever there is a water fight, possibly at the Synergy lands, that perhaps, fun ensues between Mayor and Mila when water fights are involved. But outside of that, council is going to come down. We've got our comms team here, and we'd like to present you with a couple of certificates on behalf of the city of Chestermere. Congratulations. Good job. You guys want to come this way? We'll do a photo.
Nice work. So is the season over?
No. She's got another turn in this
Dry
weekend.
land?
She's got Prairie
Then you gotta come in the middle. You gotta come in the middle.
Start is in the middle.
There you go. Coach, you want to come for what? Fit in wherever you like.
Why don't you sit? Why don't you go between, right in between your
There we go.
girls? There you go.
And we've got one more thing for you.
All right.
Team Chestermere? These are city of Chestermere now.
Couple Chestermere sport bags.
Oh, we got some more swag. So nice work, girls.
Yeah, the Chestermere swag. So congratulations. Good job.
Ender. This was hanging out of my pocket. Photoshop it out.
So again, if you have an athlete or out in the community, if you're finding, we're looking for these success stories. So whether they be from our businesses, from our organizations, from our sports teams, we are looking to celebrate alongside of you, and we want to be celebrating the great things that are happening in our community. We know that we have many athletes in many disciplines that are punching above their weight class, so to speak, and are finding success and doing very well. And we're seeing this right now with two that went to provincials this year. So as you're finding those successes, please let council know. We would love to be able to publicly support and celebrate success that is in our community. So again, well done. Now we get to go back to the fun business that is the rest of our council meeting. With that, we're going to move to our public input session, looking to legislative services. Was there anyone who had signed up for public input? Seeing none. Looking to council if anybody has a conflict of interest that they would like to declare. Seeing none. We'll now move to our consent agenda. So again, we're using our consent agenda more. These are items that are made available to the public. Public is able to read and see all of this information. If any councillor wants to pull an item off of the consent agenda, then they are able to pull an item off of the consent agenda, and then council will talk about it. If a councillor does not wish to pull an item off the consent agenda, then all of the items remain on the consent agenda, and the consent agenda is approved as presented. Just before doing that, item 6.3, which is the Grant Adjudication Committee meeting minutes. This was tabled on June the 16th. We just need to lift this item from the table. So can I have a councillor make the motion to lift that particular item from the table, please? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee lift from the table agenda item 6.3, being the April 22nd, 2026 Grant Adjudication Committee meeting minutes.
Thank you. Comments, questions? Oh, sorry. Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Then can I have a councillor make the motion to approve the consent agenda with the list, please? Councillor Narayan.
So move the Governance and Priorities Committee approve the consent agenda as outlined below. Agenda item 6.1, January to June 2026, Library Statistics. Agenda item 6.2, March 30th, 2026, Subdivision Development Appeal Board, SDAB minutes. Agenda item 6.3, April 22, 2026, Grant Adjudication Committee meeting minutes. Agenda item 6.4, April 9th, 2026, Seniors Advisory Committee meeting minutes, and June 17th, 2026, Seniors Advisory Committee meeting minutes. Agenda 6.5, May 14th, 2026, Police Communications Committee meeting minutes, and June 18th, 2026, Police Communications Committee meeting minutes. Agenda item 6.6, May 21st, 2026, Chestermere Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee meeting minutes. Agenda item 6.7, June 1st, 2026, Recreation Committee meeting minutes. And agenda item 6.8, mid-annual committee update.
Thank you. Councillor Ryan, you might be upset with me here in a moment. Just going to item 6.8. So I just want to confirm that for this one, that we do not need to list all the different updates. Is that correct? I would suggest in that, should there be an S on the end of committee, because it's committees? So, Councillor Ryan, I think that that's a substantial change. So we're going to have you reread the entire motion again. I think that's pretty substantive. I'm just kidding. Any other comments or questions from council with regards to the motion? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay. We have some public presentations that are coming this morning, and I'm excited for all three of these. All three of these presentations that we're seeing today could have the potential to have some really positive impacts and some ideas that we're bringing forward. And so the reason that we bring these to a GAP committee first is it gives us an opportunity to hear and discuss these. And so we're actually having three this morning. They're going to basically be back to back to back. The first one is going to be Healthier Together and Chestermere. The second one is about the Calgary Adapted Hub, which is going to be somewhat sports related, and then the other one is going to be the Chestermere Healthcare Blueprint, which is going to help us discuss a lot of the work that we're doing with regards to healthcare in Chestermere. So all three of these presentations really are about quality of life and looking at how we do some new things here in Chestermere. So item 7.1, Healthier Together and Chestermere. This is being presented by Dr. Lisa Allen Scott, Director of Healthier Together and Healthy Settings, and Stephanie Patterson, Manager of Healthier Together Initiative. Good morning.
Just a slide.
So just as a logistical matter, so these presentations are 30 minutes unless council makes a motion to extend. There is a clock that's on the screen. Don't take the clock as pressure. Other than we just have it up there, and then should we be getting close to that mark, I might interrupt you, and then council can make a motion to extend. But that's all the reason for the clock is there. And good morning.
Excellent. Thank you and good morning. We're really excited to be here today to share with you an opportunity for the City of Chestermere for a Primary Care Alberta partnered, community-led approach, as you said, to strengthening health and well-being. We've been chatting with Tina, and I know that there's been some conversations with yourself, Mayor Dean and Stephanie, and we have Nazra with us today as well. Today, we're seeking council's support to explore a potential Healthier Together partnership, which is an approach that brings together the municipal leaders, community organizations, residents, workplaces, schools, and really through the process of identifying those shared priorities, building off of priorities that are already in the community, and moving forward. So today we're going to give you a brief overview of who we are as Primary Care Alberta and our role in supporting healthier communities across Alberta. We want to introduce Healthier Together, explain a little bit about how it works, share how this approach lines well with Chestermere's existing priorities, and discuss what a potential partnership could start to look like. And then finally, we're hoping there's some wonderful questions and discussion that we might have time for. So before we get started and I turn it over to Stephanie, I'm just going to give you a little bit of context about who we are, the role Primary Care Alberta plays, and the role that we can help with here. So who are we? This is a good question. Through the refocusing that's been happening in the healthcare system, there's been a lot of changes over the last number of years. We historically, so Stephanie and I have been working together for almost 12 years now, and coming from the area of public health. We were originally situated, and this work was within Alberta Health Services, within public health. Now public health is within Primary Care Alberta. So we have together primary care and public health. And we really are focusing on improving access to primary care, but also to public health services, and also to the work that extends beyond the walls of health care and healthcare offices to work alongside communities and to think about how we can build healthy places and spaces that promote good health. So Healthier Together has been a program that we've been running, developing, learning, and innovating on for over a decade. And it's the approach that we've used to really walk alongside and support communities to improve population health. As we think about what contributes to good health and well-being, I think you said it so nicely this morning too around the different presentations that are coming. There's so many different angles to what contributes to good health and well-being. And we know that healthcare is a really important component of it. But as we look at what really contributes to, that broader sense of health and well-being, the environments that surround us play a significant role in health and well-being broadly. We think about where we live, our social connections, that sense of belonging, access to recreation, transportation, education, employment opportunities, community safety, and quality of life. And all of this really contributes to the holistic view of health and well-being. So if we want to improve health and well-being, we need to look and include healthcare, but we need to look at the interconnection between the environment and our lives. And this is where the upstream approach comes in. So we're really excited about this work because as we think about working upstream, I'm sure many have heard this analogy. We think about kind of walking upstream and thinking about what makes people healthy and well, but also what makes people sick. As we see people presenting in hospitals, this is kind of that downstream where they're presenting, in our hospitals, in our clinics with chronic conditions. And as we move upstream, we think about what kind of individual social needs are needed to support people in their journeys. This may be, making sure that they have the right access to care. But as we continue to move further upstream, these are really the environments that support good health. This is the bridge. If you have a crack in your bridge that goes across the stream, people are going to be falling in and you're going to need to be rescuing them. So this is an opportunity to think upstream with regards to how we can build those healthy environments. The other element, people always ask us, well, what is a healthy community? And I think, at this table, we're speaking to people who really understand what a healthy community is. The other thing we like to think about, too, is that it's really a level table. So building in equity right from the start, thinking about equitable access to physical activity. So are there walking paths that are safe, well-lit, people can use them? Are community programs affordable? Can people participate? And are they welcoming? Is there spaces for people to be able to connect? So our opportunity here together is something that I think we're really excited about. Bringing together, Primary Care Alberta, and probably some of the other health agencies as well. We still work very closely in collaboration with our Alberta Health Services partners, Recovery Alberta, Assisted Living Alberta as well, and the City of Chestermere. This brings together the municipal governments, health and social systems, community organizations, and residents. So really the responsibility for health and well-being in this sense is something that's shared and something that we can all work on together.
Right, so what is it? That's me. Hi, everyone. So I'll share a little bit more about what Healthier Together is. Thanks for that background, Lisa. So Healthier Together is a community-led approach that really starts to look at that improvements to health and well-being and creating of those healthier places to live, work, learn, and play. It focuses on prevention, collaboration, and that long-term lasting improvements in quality of life. So it brings partners together. This is municipalities, community organizations, workplaces, schools, residents, health partners, a whole variety of partners together across sectors to really understand and come together to identify priorities and take action on those shared goals. It supports those local solutions, which I think has been a super important part of really understanding how this is tailored and led by community and really responsive to the local solutions that communities hold. As Lisa shared, this is endorsed by Primary Care Alberta, and that really allows for enhanced connection and collaboration to have to be most impactful and to really sort of look at what we've been referring to as collective impact, the coming together of multiple partners to address things. On the map, you'll see an example of there are 14 communities that we are currently partnering with as part of this broader Healthier Together initiative across the province. That continues to grow as more communities come and join. And we are also, as part of Healthier Together, working with school divisions, workplaces, and communities across the province. So the Healthier Together approach is guided by a 5-step sort of flexible process that really looks at that cross-sector action. And while every community is different, the overall process is relatively simple. It really starts at its core with engagement and connection. So coming together to bring partners around the table to share, build relationships, form or join a multi-sector team or a team of dedicated individuals around a shared purpose. From there, that group and continued engagement really starts to further the understanding of the community, bringing data, existing data or gathering data where there may be gaps, understanding those community assets, looking at some of the past work and whether that be initiatives or reports or other pieces that have been done to really help to guide and inform those priorities. Those priorities then come together around an action plan with initiatives, implementation across different partners where there are partners in alignment, and then learning, adapting, and celebrating those successes along the way. So here are some examples. So these are this Healthier Together in action. So here are some examples from our partnership with the community of Airdrie. So Healthier Together in Airdrie did lots of different surveys and engagement and looking at some of their past work and well-being surveys and different data collection, and identified enhancing opportunities for physical activity and recreation, addressing social connection, and really thinking about reducing the impact of financial strain. So with those 3 priorities in mind, many partners around the table and their sort of multi-sector team have launched a variety of initiatives, cultural cooking classes, so partnerships to really look at those different cooking classes for skill building and connection. The Taste of Nations Festival, which had its 2nd year and was a huge success. In fact, we're looking for a bigger venue. It was so successful on bringing partners together and really in a celebration. A partnership with the Recreation Department, the library, have really looked at enhancing their library of things at the local library. There's recreation passes and memory kits as a partnership with Caregiver Alberta and other groups. Yoga and Zumba in the park, Sports Try It Week, which is a free an opportunity for clubs and groups to offer sessions that people can come out and try for no charge and expand access. So that's just some examples. Every community is different. There's lots more stories on the healthiertogether.ca website, but really as an idea to inspire and build on and leverage all of the sort of excitement and inspiration from different communities and their action. So what Healthier Together offers. So through the partnership, there is facilitation and planning support for that co-design. So Nazareth can speak to some of that, some support and co-leading alongside community partners, and really thinking about what that looks like to really form it for the community. An evidence-informed process, as I mentioned, that has lots of tools and resources and templates to really bring that planning together to action. A variety of different ways to support local action, to pilot some new initiatives or strengthen existing partnerships and groups. And that includes the connection, again, to many of the other health system partners to help make that happen locally. And then supporting evaluation and sustainability planning. So a really important piece of understanding how things are going, improving those along the way, and then thinking about that lasting impact. The opportunity here in Chestermere, as mentioned, there's been some preliminary conversations, and there has been clearly lots of planning and engagement and activities that have been done within Chestermere. And we were reviewing some of the different sort of key documents, including the Council's strategic plan, social well-being framework, social needs assessment, and the not-for-profit strategic plan, as well as many other ones, but these are quite recent. And there is really a consistent theme that stood out across these plans and assessments that spoke to that importance of belonging and inclusion, community connection, collaboration, coordination of service delivery, and supporting residents through growth and change. So those really emerged. And those themes and that alignment really emphasizes that strong vision that for community well-being that exists here in Chestermere, and those priorities align very nicely and well with the Healthier Together approach. So we are here to share an opportunity of really working together to build on those priorities and help to bring them to action, strengthening, really focusing on partnerships to strengthen that belonging and connection as the community grows, looking at expanded opportunities depending on how priorities evolve, but that could look like at recreation or gathering spaces or participation in community life for all ages. A large focus has been for many communities on improving access to health, social, and community supports and services in whatever way that looks, leveraging those local strengths. So an important focus to date and sort of as a guiding foundation is really leveraging and building on what the strengths of the community and of the partnerships, and really bringing that to life in different ways through collaboration, adding or accessing additional data to help to guide that community action, and then really looking at that strengthening collaboration and working together. So an opportunity to kind of come together and take action on a lot of the work that has been done to inform priorities and move that forward together. If we are interested in exploring a partnership, our next steps would be to really understand what that could look like. What we've been referring to in the past as a discovery phase, so coming together to really think about what exists, what are those priorities, and where could this coordinated action really have the most impact, and then coming to share back with what we found and identify sort of some of those emerging priorities and opportunities for next steps for working together. So as a proposed direction, in other communities, it has worked really well to connect with administration to really understand and explore that partnership together, to learn about all of the different ways the planning has taken place and where this partnership could explore further. And so that would be our proposed direction, to move this forward, to explore moving this forward together in really understanding some of those priorities and community well-being goals with the administration and any other partners. And with that, we will open it up for questions and further discussion.
With 13 minutes and 56 seconds to spare. Amazing. Just before opening it up, I think to kind of just set the stage here for part of this discussion too, I think one of the things that we've been looking at as an organization that is the City of Chestermere, both council and administration, is we have so many dots that exist within our community right now that we're just trying to figure out how we connect all those different dots. So I'm looking at the examples of community initiatives, and there's so many of those that we already have that are not necessarily connected. So we've had the cultural cooking classes. We have a mobile playground. We have a mobile skate park. We have, I feel like we have all of these like different tools and different pieces and different threads that exist right now. And so I am wondering, part of the wonder that I've had since I first met with you a number of weeks ago is this idea of, could part of this partnership be figuring out how to bring all that together? Because I know for myself, and this is just me speaking personally, not on behalf of council or the City of Chestermere, I'm just such a fundamental believer that the key role of a council is to make sure that we're taking care of the infrastructure, we're taking care of the roads, that we are ensuring our budgets are in place, that good governance is happening, and that the thing that happens in a municipality happens. With the caveat that if we as the city are not ensuring that the humans who drive on those roads doesn't matter. And that's just a personal belief. That is just my personal stance on what I think the role of government is. And so I am wondering I guess the question that I have for you is, with the work that you do, is that part of what you do is when you have a community that has all of these pockets that are existing and they're trying to find ways to bring them together, is part of the work that you are able to do for that community is to bring all of that, to bring it all together? Is that part of the work that you do?
Absolutely. I think one of the first steps or engagement piece is really almost mapping all of that out. And it's like a discovering and making sure that people are, that oftentimes we talk about knowing what already exists, but there are so many things that exist that it's impossible to know everything that exists. So part of that initial step is really thinking about what is happening everywhere, whether that be a big priority that's just getting started that people have been starting to think about, or whether that be specifics. And then sometimes the phrase we use is like a connector or a weaver, is the bringing people together to start to connect and weave those together and see where might there be opportunities for people to work together more, or maybe there's a group that isn't accessing what's being offered that we could work with more specifically, and really from I'll say leading from behind, but really helping to facilitate the process of bringing people together, because the answers are in the room when you bring those people together and those groups and those partners to really, what could we do to better connect or to increase the awareness or improve the impact, I guess, maybe even sometimes by connecting groups that may not have worked together in the past or that are different types of approaches. But
I think our problem is that we have all the dots on the map right now. There's no bridge. And we're trying to figure out how to build that bridge between all the different dots that exist on the map right now.
Yeah, I'll build on that too, because I think once you have, again, the people all around the table, one of the key things that we work on is a collaborative action plan. So really bringing things together and what's the goal that you're trying to achieve by doing these different activities or initiatives? What's the outcome you're looking for, right? And then bringing those together and actually connecting the dots too, so you can not only connect the work, but connect the story of impact. Because otherwise it's really hard to tell the story. There's so many great things happening, but what change or what impact is it making? And so that collaborative table, really connecting the dots around all the initiatives. And then are there any gaps? Are there things where it's like, oh, we've got, lots of things here, but maybe there's something here that we could also do. So I think also that collaborative planning table and really bringing together the action plan, the evaluation plan helps to also solidify some of those connections, right? Like bringing the dots together around where do we really want to go together.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what we're trying to do, because we have a not-for-profit committee Like, we literally have a committee that brings together all of the not-for-profits from our community into a committee that meets once a month. We have a recreation committee. We have interagency. We have all of these, like, I feel like it's right there in front of us, and we're just trying to figure out how to take that next step. Councillor Ryan.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Adney, and thank you for the presentation, Dr. Scott and Stephanie. Love the presentation. Love what you're proposing. I have a lot of faith in what you're proposing as well. My question is, I know you guys have been doing this for a while. How do you measure success? How do you know if this is working? I know it's working. I just, empirically speaking, how do you?
I'll go first. Yeah, that's a great question. So, I mean, there isn't really like a one size fits all. Some of the key things that we've been measuring as a whole, Stephanie showed you the map across Alberta, is how do we tell the story of mapping strengthened collaboration? How do we tell the story of strengthened, access and those types of things? So there are some common measures. The other thing we've been investing in a lot on is social return on investment. So that is a really cool way to look at, we often think about like cost effectiveness or return on investment. When you're doing this type of work together in that social sphere, community sphere, you're missing the story of truly the change in that social environment. So we have some wonderful stories of social return on investment that allow you to kind of know that you're investing here and you're doing these types of activities in community, but what's the outcome that it's mapping to down the line, and what impact is that going to have for the community, for the partners, for the individuals? So that's a cool one. And then the last one I would say too is that the other thing is, of course, depending on what is prioritized by the communities, we really look to see what are the outcomes that we can measure that matter within that community. So what are the data sources that exist? How do you measure change over time? And we do have some really talented evaluation associates that we work with that are part of the team. And so they bring a lot of strength to it as well.
Deputy Mayor Schindler.
Hi. Do you have a follow-up? Sorry.
Deputy Mayor Schindler.
Oh, okay. Through the chair, through admin to our lovely presenters. Thank you so much for your presentation. This is like right up my alley. It's my jam. Huge fan of preventative medicine and initiatives in our community that get people together. So I'm wondering if in your research on our community, if you found something that you really want to start with, something you want to sink your teeth into right at the start at all, or are we ready for that yet?
I don't know. Nazra, you really dove in. So what made you the most excited when you were reading through as an opportunity?
Sorry, can I just shoot you out?
If that's okay.
Thank you.
So speaking to Tina Petro, she had brought up recreational opportunities and maybe strengthening what's already happening. It seems like there's a lot already on the go. And then just reading through the social well-being framework, that belonging and inclusion piece seems really interesting. And so I know there's a lot of like newcomers and new immigrants moving in to the community and already here. And so how can we make them feel welcomed and more feel that sense of belonging that this is their community? So yeah, those are probably the two ones that I've and most intrigued about.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead, yeah.
What I found, what I was sort of most excited about when you were sort of alluding to this, that there are lots of groups of advisory or the nonprofits and the document that had just come out on bringing those together. And I think there's just the timing feels really great to figure out at a system and or in sort of community level how to connect that and what that mechanism could look like. So that's the part that sort of I found most exciting about it.
Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I agree with a lot of my peers up here in how important it is for well-being in our community. And the mayor is absolutely right. We have a lot of things going on, not just from not-for-profits. You know, you'll see a group of people just putting together yoga on paddle boards on the lake. And we have a duck race that is fairy fitness kind of inspired. And yes, there is fragmentation through all of those different events, and I can't imagine what it would be like for a group like you to try to figure out how to either connect the dots or kind of pick a few signature events that might be great for our community. And I love the idea of the metrics that Councillor Narayan spoke about. So my question, and one thing I will say, if you're looking for something to sink your teeth into, and I don't know if it's possible, but we'd love to see a winter event. That would be really cool in our community. We have the advantage of having a lake as well that freezes over. So cross-country skiing opportunities, other recreational opportunities right on the frozen lake. Obviously, there's some hoops that may need to be jumped through in regulatory and making sure we're working with our neighbors. So my question through the chair to our presenters is, you'd mentioned, you know, if we'd like to work together. So what would that look like, and how can we as council, if we were to prepare some type of motion or something that would support that initiative, what would that look like? What's your ask?
Well,
specifically.
The motion's on page 18, and
Okay.
I've kind of given, already kind of given Lead Services the nod, that I think that they have that one ready to go. So I think that the motion looks like that council
bring it up.
advises administration to explore a partnership with Primary Care Alberta to assess how a healthier together approach could support Chestermere's strategic priorities and community well-being goals. I guess, though, to support Councillor Warzanowski's question, what does that look like practically? So love this motion. I anticipate that it's coming. Should that pass practically, what does that motion look like?
So it depends on how, sorry. It depends on how your groups work, but what I could envision is that we connect with your community services team or some groups within administration who are connected to this type of work, and talk to them about what they are currently doing. Then we would start to really dig into some initial data mapping, talking about the different committees, the work that's been happening, the priorities that we have seen in the documents, but maybe want a more fulsome understanding of how those came to be, what informed them, and then together create I was about to say plan of attack, a connection, a plan to be able to move this forward, and what does that further engagement look like, and mapping it out. So,
And is there a cost to the municipality for that work?
people time, I guess,
People
is
time.
the cost.
Yeah.
But there's no additional cost, no,
Right.
not in any way, shape.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning through you to Mr. Edney and to the presenters. Hi, you said one of my favorite words, which is SROI. I'm wondering if you could tell me a little bit more about that. I know CSS has been working on some of those metrics as well. What data capture partners do you need? What information are you looking for? Do you have an ask for data capture of the city, and how can we support that? Because that sounds like something we're also trying to do, which is really just to back up with evidence why you invest in something up front.
Yes, we're also very excited about social return on investment as well. So we've been working together with Social Value Canada and Stephanie Robertson really closely over the last couple of years around the methodology, how do we do this work. A lot of the work as you build your outcome maps and social return on investment is actually done through conversation and is done through interviews or focus group type discussions with those that are the beneficiaries or the partners of the initiative. So a lot of that data you're actually capturing through those conversations. And so again, we have some evaluation associates and team members who have a lot of some experience doing this work already, but would be very keen to work together alongside to build our, capacity. We've also been talking about what's known as like a social value bank. And so there's some really good social value banks in the UK where you can get proxies for specific outcomes. And so there's a way to be able to get those so okay, if this is the change, how much is that worth? And so linking into those is something that the team's already doing. And there is some work to be doing a Canadian version of that as well. So that's some new pieces of the work. And then if you think about kind of local data, I think that that's something as you build the outcome maps, then you would identify what kind of data you might need, how you might be able to get access to that. And so that would be part of the process. So again, working alongside the team who's thinking about that as well, to be able to work on that collaboratively, I think would set it up for success.
Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. I've not heard of that social value bank idea before. That sounds almost like a carbon purchasing program or something like that, where you get like value for.
Yeah, it's just a database. It's a database bank, like where you can get numbers and get data. Yeah.
This particular activity is worth this value.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I'm going to ask Lead Services to bring that motion that we were referencing a minute ago back up onto the screen. Going first to our CAO, would this particular motion be specific enough for administration to be able to start to move forward on what this could look like? Mr. Edney.
Good morning, Council. Yeah, I think this is good, and we can talk about this tomorrow at our ELT meeting and figure out what we need for resources and who might be best to work with the team to advance this.
Okay, thank you. So with that, if there's no other questions, then Council, can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
Yeah, Councillor Schindler.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Okay,
Deputy Mayor Schindler.
Oh, jeez, and I dropped my chair down. It's okay. I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee direct administration to explore a partnership with Primary Care Alberta to assess how a healthier together approach could support Chestermere's strategic priorities and community well-being goals.
Thank you. Comments, questions from Council? Councillor Worzanowski.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Just a question through you to our presenters. If this motion is passed, what kind of timing would we expect, and should we timestamp this at all, or is it like, I like to see motions typically with an end date. So if you were to do something, are you looking for next season, kind of the summer season, or what are you kind of looking at if this is passed?
So if this is passed, we would connect within like almost immediately over this next month and then map that out together. But our thinking was that within approximately 6 to 9 months, whatever the timing that the group would prefer, that we would share back what we discovered together and our sort of more detailed plan with timelines on moving it forward.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, for the timing, I would see this not within the motion, but I think we could even put this within our council activity tracker, if you will, as a bit of a priority. And then through the regular agenda prep process, just look at working with Lead Services to look at when a presentation could come back to council.
Right, and we'd love to see that, I think. I know me
Sorry,
as...
Councillor Worzanowski.
Oh, I didn't know it was turned off. Thank you. Yes, certainly I think it would make sense for us to see something by next season, right? When people are starting to go outside and spend some time in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments, questions from council with regards to the motion? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. With that, we'll take a quick 10-minute break, and we'll come back at 10:01 for our next presentation. Thanks, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Just coming back from our break, and we are now going to move to our second presentation here this morning. And our second presentation this morning is on the Calgary Adapted Hub, and this is being presented by. I'm going to take a swing at this, but I feel like I'm going to get this wrong. By Jen Gores. Oh, I was in the neighborhood. And she is the director of Calgary Adapted Hub. Good morning.
Good morning.
Sorry. Just again from a logistical standpoint, presentations like this are scheduled for 30 minutes unless council makes a motion to extend. There is a clock that is on the screen. Don't take that clock as a pressure. It's just an awareness of time. And should we be getting close to that, I may interrupt and see if council wants to make said motion. But other than that, the floor is yours.
Well, I'm a fast talker, so this will not take 30 minutes. So thanks everyone for having me. I'm the Calgary Adapted Hub powered by Jumpstart. So we like to talk a little bit about disability across Canada when we start presentations like this. So in terms of statistics, we know that 27% of Canadians 15 years of age or older experience disability, and that is quite extensive, obviously. And a lot of those disabilities are maybe something that you don't recognize out in the community, like a physical disability, could be a cognitive disability. I won't go through all these stats here today, but lots of pain-related disability, flexibility, mobility, mental health, cognitive, hearing, seeing, and developmental disabilities make up a large portion of what we see in our communities. So in terms of Jumpstart, who is our primary funder, they did a state of play youth report in 2024, and we know that a lot of kids with disabilities don't experience sport and recreation in a positive way out in the community. They don't feel good enough to play, they don't feel part of a community or a group, so a lot of them just stay home. So that not feeling welcome is really a top barrier for them participating in quality sport and recreation. But we do know that when kids are part of a sport and recreation program, fun, being with friends, and making friends is kind of the top priorities. So that's kind of where we come from in terms of a sense of belonging. So in terms of our organization, we're in year 6 of our funding from Jumpstart. In the history of our organization, we have brought on all the public recreation facilities in Calgary, including all the City of Calgary recreation bricks and mortar facilities, and then both the Mount Royal University and the University of Calgary as our research organizations, and then 2 Indigenous partners, Siksika Health Services, which is now Disability Services, and 7 Chiefs out in Satina. So we span the breadth of organizations in Calgary. We also have MOUs with Friends of Calgary Adapted Hub, we like to call them, with the City of Cochrane, or Town of Cochrane, and the City of Airdrie as well. So our logo is really important to us. As you can see, there's no part of that circle that is continuous, because we know that when we work together, we can cover off parts that maybe an organization can't. So as a collective, we have kind of filled in the gaps to support kids with disabilities from 4 to 24 years of age. So our mission really is about providing quality, inclusive, and accessible sport and recreation programs for all the kiddos in Calgary and beyond, and creating a Calgary where every child, youth, and family can belong through quality, inclusive, and accessible sport and recreation programs. So we get to do the fun stuff every day, which is pretty great. In terms of our organization, we have an executive committee. Our chair is a professor at Mount Royal. He's the founder of the Calgary Adapted Hub, Dr. David Legg. And then we have representation from every organization that is a part of Calgary Adapted Hub. We also have a programs committee with representation from each of those groups. And then really important to us is our community advisory. So those folks are parents with lived experience, folks in the research community, and those living with disability. Ryan Straz being one of those folks who's involved in the Humboldt bus crash. But those folks give us the voice of lived experience so we can make informed choices, which is really important. And then there's little old me in the middle. I'm supported by students, practicum students, but I'm it for this organization. So we are the little organization that could, I like to say. So in terms of programming language, there's 3 kind of pieces to this, and a lot of these words get interchanged with one another, but they are important to this conversation. So inclusive programming is equal access to all kiddos or people with disabilities. So parents, siblings, and children living with disabilities are in programming together. We have adapted programming where we have programming that is created for diverse groups. So we might have a specific disability. We might have programs for kiddos with like cerebral palsy, that kind of thing. And then we have parasport. So those are parasport pathways where we have kids who are identified as elite athletes that would be moving on to the Paralympics or classification codes with IPC. So in terms of am I going too fast?
No, you're
Okay,
good.
this is my teacher. I'm a teacher and we just talk real fast all the time. So in terms of our stats last year, we had 3,000 or more kids come through our programming or direct delivery program with our community partners. We have a huge social media following. We were able to offer a ton of adapted and recreation programs with not only our 14 key partners, but our over 200 community and sport partners, everything from adapted cheerleading to water skiing, physical literacy, yoga, anything you could possibly think of, there's an adapted program for, as well as some of our school partners out in the community. We have lots of research building days where we work with our research partners to get informed with what's happening across the country. And then we have a really important piece to our work called the Program Navigation Service, which I'll talk about in a second. We had 101 families go through that last year. So in terms of our success stories, there are kind of three pillars that we operate from. So the integrated knowledge translation, intentional pathways, and creative solutions. So what I mentioned earlier, so Family Nav, which is now called Program Navigation, this is a free service for any family that comes to us. We have a Google form online. Families can jump on there. They give us a little bit more about what they're all about, any barriers that they're facing, and then our practicum students meet with them one-on-one, Zoom, online, in person, and we create a curated list of programs based on need. So if we have a family who lives in Marlborough who can't get out of the Marlborough community, we would give them a list of programs that would be in and around their community to lessen a transportation barrier, for instance. So that's a free service for anyone in Alberta or anyone within a Calgary an area that they can just jump on that, and we're happy to support them. We also have a really cool thing that we took over. This is a long-standing guide, probably from the 80s. So when I was a kid, it came out as a paper copy. We took this over around 3 years ago, Adapted Recreation Discovery Guide in partnership with the City of Calgary. So this is an online free resource. It's a PDF. Organizations like yourself can upload it to your websites, and it's a guide for folks to just see adapted and recreation sport programs available out in the community. So there's about 80 or so in this new 2026 version. We have adapted sport training modules in partnership with some of our groups out in the community. So this is more for the recreation programming staff folks. We have and these are all free, of course, off our website. So Introduction to Inclusion, a mental health literacy one with Alberta Health Services. We have recreation inclusion, especially working with AIDS, with Between Friends, neurodiverse participants with AFS, and then behaviors of concern. So these are really made to be facilitated in-house by recreation staff to their recreation departments, but they are free, which is pretty great. We also do a whole bunch of support with communications out in the community. So if there are adapted programs at the City of Chestermere or out and about, we are happy to promote those through our storytelling, just to get more eyeballs from families on those marketing and communication pieces. And then last one, maybe not last but not least, but we also have a Play It Forward fund. This was developed last year with some additional Jumpstart funding. So we're able to put together some funding so that key partners, community partners can work together to provide 3-year sustainable programming. So for instance, MNP can partner with the Lacrossing Barriers to offer an adapted lacrosse program, and they get up to $30,000 over the 3-year period. So 100% funded by us the first year, 50-50 the second year, and then fully sustainable the third year. So we want to make sure that opportunities like this are just not one and done, which is typical for recreation, and I'm a recreation hardcore person, but a lot of times we just do solutions and then we let them fade into the background. So this is really meant to make sure that those opportunities are sustainable. And then we also have call memberships. These are again free. Professionals, community members, volunteers, and families can just scan the QR code and they get tailored communications through our newsletter and our social media to make sure that they're getting the right information to help benefit their families. I might stop there. I did add some additional pieces around building inclusive programs, but any questions around us as an organization?
Yeah, so I'm just wondering, you had mentioned briefly Town of Cochrane and City of Airdrie. Can you just expand a little bit on their involvement or how that works with your program currently?
Yeah, so we have an MOU. It's brand new to us. It's called Friends of Calgary Adapted Hub. There's no additional, there's no funding tied to that MOU, but it's just a way for us to expand into communities like the City of Airdrie and Town of Cochrane. We know that there are kiddos with disabilities that live there. We know there's inclusive programming happening there. So how do we support them in ways that makes it sustainable without the funding piece? Because we are tied to Jumpstart. And Jumpstart, they're kind of the key piece to this, but hoping to keep our fingers out in the community.
So the children from Cochrane and Airdrie, do they then access programming in Calgary, or are you guys offering programming in Cochrane and Airdrie?
So we don't program direct delivery.
Right,
We work
okay.
with community partners to provide that programming. But kiddos would go to either Calgary or, for instance, City of Airdrie. They have Volkova out there now, which is one of our key partners. They offer programming. We support families to get there. So we're a bit of a wraparound service.
Okay.
Push them to the place, and they can register with that organization.
So then your involvement has to do with if a family is looking for a program for their child, then they can access your services and you're then able to connect them with somebody that is doing those
Absolutely.
services. Is that correct?
Yes.
Whether that person is from Calgary, Cochrane, or Airdrie.
Yeah, and
Correct.
we have families from High River,
Right.
Strathmore. They're not part of our partnership necessarily,
Yeah.
but if they come to us, we're going to try our darndest to find a place for them to belong.
Right. And I think for me, when we had first chatted, this is something that I'm wondering about as a first step. I know that in the city of Chestermere, there used to be a program for children with disabilities to be able to access. That program, unfortunately, is no longer being run. And so I'm pretty passionate about this because one of my favorite stories was when I used to run that program. We had a child who attended that program and was in a wheelchair and was super scared to get into a boat and to get out onto a power tube. And by the end of the week, got in a boat and got out in a power tube and went power tubing with the friends that she had met through that programming. And I'm telling the story now and I'm getting goosebumps remembering that story. And so one of the things that I would love to see is how do we do this? Because the irony, I see two ironies. One, with your logo, the irony of your logo with what we were talking about before, because we're literally trying to find ways to connect the circles with our previous presentation, but also with our previous presentation. One of the things that we were talking about are what are the gaps that exist right now in our community when it comes to providing social programming and or finding services. And so I don't know if the city of Chestermere right now as an organization and or city of Chestermere organizations within the city, that was a terrible sentence. If organizations within our city right now have the capacity to take on programming on their own, but I would love to find ways for us to find ways to get some of these children involved in programming because that there is a gap for summer camps, for example. To travel for a summer camp, there's a significant distance that needs to be traveled for children with disabilities. There's a significant distance now that exists, and so it's a gap that I would love to see us fill. So for you, how does that? So then, when you approach the other two municipalities with the MOU, what does that mean?
Great question. So I think, just to rewind back, I think there are a lot of well-meaning community organizations who just want to do the right thing and get more kids involved. I think when we talk about building inclusive programming, which is kind of this next piece, we want to start small. So it could be an inclusive program where we train staff in order to have them have the skills to properly build inclusive programs. The next piece would potentially be a specific program, like an adapted program where you bring in a third party. I just had a conversation on my way here from Calgary with a physical literacy program who's interested in expanding into rural communities. So using a third party where they rent or potentially have a partnership with the City of Chestermere, they run that program for you in your rec facilities. And then the third would be a sustainable piece where these two pieces merge together. In terms of an MLU, we would provide any of the connector pieces. So the family navigation obviously is free families can come to us, we would refer them within the town of Chestermere or the surrounding area. Any of the marketing communication support. We have a grant writer, so any grants that aren't applicable to us, we always push out to our community partners because money is money and everybody needs that. But any of the pieces that help support programming without us delivering those programs, we are happy to do that
So do you work with Between Friends as well?
all the time.
Yes. Sorry. For those who don't know what Between Friends is, can you just give a quick overview of Between Friends?
Yeah, so Between Friends is a long-standing organization. I think they're in their 35th year or so. They support children and youth with cognitive disabilities. They're based out of McLeod Trail Southeast, but they have programming in a summer camp setting, but also daytime, evening programs for children, youth, and adults. And then they also are out of Red Deer. So they're a lot of places, but they're one of our 200 community partners.
Yeah, they're awesome.
They are.
I've worked with Between Friends for 10 plus years, and they're amazing. So, okay, thank you for that.
There's a lot of program opportunities. I think that would be interested in expanding into your community. An adapted lacrosse program, soccer, soccer abilities, physical literacy. We have yoga abilities. They do a lot of satellite programming. Those are opportunities that we can help facilitate. We can't necessarily fund them. But we can definitely bring the hands together to make sure that partnership conversation starts.
Did you call it yoga abilities?
Yeah, yoga
That
abilities.
might be my favorite word that I've heard so far this morning.
Adapted
That was
yoga is awesome.
Were you wanting to finish off this piece about the inclusive recreation in your community?
I could do it in under 15 minutes.
Great.
Ready? Okay.
Yes.
I did this presentation actually for Alberta Recreational Parks Association, but these are just some kind of key pieces, little bite-sized snacks of how we build inclusive programming from a community or municipal standpoint. So the first part is being an advisory group in your community. Those folks with lived experience, parents of children with disabilities, even youth voices are really, really important. But taking that focus or advisory group information and then showing how the town of Chestermere is welcoming to all. And that takes some time, but the lived experience and the voice is really important. The second piece is around policy, creating personal statements of how this town of Chestermere will implement inclusive approaches, and then writing and sharing organizational inclusion commitment statements with your community. So really sharing why and how you're going to do that work. Promoting. Easy win, having large print program guides. A lot of times we go to the Times Roman 10 font size, but if you have some type of visual impairment, those program guides are really difficult. So that's an easy win. And then transitioning to a more accessible website that could be accessed by a screen reader, which is, again, a pretty small win. In terms of programming, looking at programming options, which we're having that conversation now, but then offering programs across the inclusion spectrum. So maybe not specifically for neurodiverse kids, but really looking at all the kids in your community. Around people, doing a staff and volunteer training audit. Recreation folks, we try and do our best. We're everything to everyone, but really looking deep and seeing how we can provide inclusive training around learning and development plans for long-term staff, but also our summer 16-year-old kids who are leading our day camp programs. How do we support those folks? Participation, having sensory backpacks. So those folk, a lot of our key partners actually provide, when we provided Jumpstart funding, they develop sensory backpacks, and we're happy to support the town of Chestermere on how to build those. Could be earphones, could be tactile toys, but a lot of them are accessible in recreation facilities when it's loud and crazy in there. Kids with neurodiversity can just put those on and have a more welcoming experience. And then transitioning to a dedicated sensory time. Great example of this is Vivo. They have a dedicated sensory time from 1 to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. For anybody who has some type of sensory sensitivity, they can come and swim with low lights, no music. It's just a quieter time. And the cool benefit of that is we had lots of folks, especially older adults, who really love that time, but the staff asked to be part of that scheduling time period because it's just quieter. So, and again, an easy win. Place, providing a try it or drop-in opportunity. So we're happy to help facilitate those connections with you. Just putting out to the community to see what's going to land and what people want. And then really transitioning to universal design principles. And then the eighth piece is around a pathway, sport for life, learning to train model, and then collaborating with community-based recreation and sport options. I'm lucky I wear a whole bunch of different hats. I work for Sport for Life. I work for Canadian Women in Sport. I can definitely put some pieces together depending on what your community needs, and I'm always happy to do that through conversations, ongoing conversations. Price, having information about external funding opportunities. One of the biggest barriers to our families experiencing disability is money. Well-meaning, want to come to the program, can't afford it. So how do we provide funding connections, kids sport, opportunities out in the community that can help support registration, and then advocating for additional funding for those programs, preferably low fee or no fee, and then partnerships. That's us. Look for community connections and then creating part of that collaborative environment. How do we support you in doing the things that you want to do in terms of inclusion? And that's all I got. That was really fast.
No, it was incredible. Thank you, because like I said, it's a gap that I certainly recognize within our community from my previous work, both as a teacher and in my previous role within this community. This is something I'm super passionate about. I would love to see more children involved in sports. Period. And then on top of that, finding ways for adaptive sport, I think, is super important. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Oh, why don't I move a little closer? Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Mr. Edney and through to the presenter. Yes, also very happy to see this. I have a sibling with physical disability, so went through that whole soccer experience growing up. And then I have 2 children with disabilities, one of them wearing a weighted vest at camp today to deal with sensory issues. So this hits home. I was wondering, do you do any kind of consultation, or do you have advice on inclusive and adapted playgrounds? Because that's something we've been talking about.
Great question. We provide consultation more ad hoc than anything. This is an interesting thing for us because we've gotten a lot of, within the year, I think we've had 6 or 7 conversations with builders out in new communities, but also with retrofit playgrounds. So we provide that support, but we also bring in some of our cool community partners. The Stedward Center has some really great resources on building accessible playgrounds and then attaching them to funding opportunities. So funding is always challenging because those playgrounds are really expensive to build, but we can kind of support you in getting the right pieces together and then connecting you to the pieces or people that you need beyond us.
Could that be a part of a community's MOU with you?
Great question. I don't see why not, but...
Because you're absolutely right. That is a big conversation where I'm kind of hinting the motion that's coming here in a minute.
Okay.
But I was just wondering if that can be a part of that.
Yeah, I don't see why not. We're always evolving and changing and seeing how we can best support communities. So I think we can definitely have that conversation. And
I've been out of this for a little bit because in this role, so when you are connecting families to programming, can they use their FSCD funding for that?
A lot of families will use FSCD funding to access programming. That's not for us, but in the registration process with those community partners, they'd be identified as FSCD funding, or they'd have that conversation with their support person.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm very familiar with FSCD, and you have to know what to ask for in that program. So there's also an education piece of saying, hey, if you ask for funding for this thing, maybe you can have it added to your agreement.
Well, yeah, so that was one of the things in my previous role that we used to do, is that a bit of that education, like we literally designed the program so that parents would know that they could use their funding for that. And it was part of our promotional, if you will, for that reason, because I absolutely agree with you. The education piece around FSCD funding can be critical for a family to be able to access it.
Yeah, it can be a barrier.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Kent Edney. Thank you for the presentation. I really love it. It's awesome. So my question is, this is great program. This is really need into our community here because nothing is going on at this moment, which one I will, any of the organization is helping for this. Normally, like you approach to the community like different organization, or they come to you to ask for those program, how this thing work, or maybe some organization wasn't aware and some they do, how this will start. If we have to start from our community, they have to approach it directly to you guys, or there is other steps to follow?
I wish I could tell you there were steps and processes. There are not. It's very grassroots. So if there's an organization who's interested in setting up roots in the town of Chestermere, we definitely connect them with you, or vice versa. If you had a program who's like, hey, we're really interested in being more inclusive, how do we do that? You're more than welcome to send us or connect us with them, and we're happy to support that. I'll give you a great example. So Fit Set Ninja, it's a parkour-based program, and they were really interested in getting more inclusive programming, but also being able to go into schools, into diverse learning classrooms. So we help support their equipment and material change so that kids could grip better, they could access those pieces of equipment, and that's just kind of say part of what we offer, but it's just what I'm passionate about, so I try and just do the things, and if I don't know the answer, I'm always connecting out into the community. That's the beauty about collaboration and our connection, is we can connect the pieces. Even if it's not with me, we can support you in doing that.
Well, speaking to the organic way in which you guys work, even how you got here, there wasn't like a step-by-step process, right? It was at mental health fair. Right. I met one of your practicum students at mental health fair, and I was like, what are you guys? And he gave me the 45-second elevator pitch, and I was like, I'm in. And I just handed him my business card. We had a quick meeting. I said, this makes a lot of sense. I need to get this in front of council. And here we are today. So it's funny, Councilor Rundell, on your question in terms of the step-by-step process. This literally was, I ran into the guy at mental health fair, and he pitched me on it. And so to that student, again, make sure you tell him, good job, because here we are. So he knew how to pitch it well. So, okay. With that, I've handed a motion to legislative services for us to look at. So the only thing I'm wondering about this is that the entering into an MOU would be very much an administrative process, so I don't know if it needs to come for approval or for information. But part of the reason, so I want to talk about some of the wording in this. So, Mr. Eddy, my initial questions are directed towards yourself, and then as well to our presenter, Jen, with regards to the wording. So one, I am wondering about the word approval as opposed to information. Which one should be utilized there? Number two, the reason for my looking at by end of September 2026, I'm wondering both to Jen and to Mr. Edney if that is a reasonable time frame. The reason I would like to push a bit of the tempo on that is just knowing when parents are looking at signing their children up for programming, even little things like our Energizer night. So I would love to see us even reach out to the organizers for Energizer night and encourage Calgary Adapted Hub to come to our Energizer night in September. I just see all those pieces lining up and making sense. So I guess, Mr. Edney, the question I have about approval / information and timeline of September. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Dean. So I'm just thinking about this. I've been doing a lot of work on MOUs and authority of who signs which MOUs and checking through our policies. I think you're correct that this could be just an administrative MOU that we can enter into. So therefore, I don't believe approval is required. So I would change this. Of course, as with everything, as we update and go through our policies, if council does need approval, we'll bring it back for approval. Given everything we've heard and your comments there, we can shoot for end of September.
To Jen, is that reasonable time frame on your guys' organizations?
Oh, it's just me. So yes.
So
it'll probably
yes.
go to our board of directors. We have a board of directors meeting September 16th, but we'll just have that conversation there. But an MOU, because there's no funding attached to it from Jumpstart, it's pretty straightforward.
Now, on the board, so is the board of directors and the executive committee the same thing?
Yeah, we just changed. Sorry, I should change that slide. But yes, they are the same. We just moved to a not-for-profit in last September.
Thank you.
As our own entity. We used to be under Sport Calgary. But yeah, just goes to the board, and then away we go.
So with that, I noticed that. So you mentioned you had a MOU with Cochrane and Airdrie.
Yes.
But they don't have a spot on the board. Is that correct?
They will in the fall. They're invited as not a board member. They will come to our board member
at large.
Member at large, yep. And then we also extend that invite to programs committee. So if there's a recreation representative, they're more than welcome to come to our programs committee meeting. I think that's where all the really great stuff happens. Rec people tend to do, again, all the things, but being part of those conversations on how you do it, what's happening out in the community, how do we duplicate that? There's a seat at the table for that all the time.
So that would be similar than if we had an MOU, if this were to pass.
Yep. So we'd have someone as a member at large, and then someone as part of or multiple people as part of our programs committee. We've kind of evolved to we used to have just dryland recreation programming, knowing very well that aquatics and dryland are two different entities. Now we have dryland and aquatics representation. So whoever those people might be, if there's one, two, we're happy to extend that seat.
So if a council, for example, of a city had a recreation committee and had a chair of said recreation committee, they could possibly look at sending their chair of said recreation committee to be part of this programming piece.
Yeah, I couldn't see why not. The current members right now are all part of the recreation organizations that are part of our key partners, and then Airdrie, Cochrane. But yeah, it doesn't. The conversation is the richness of all of that.
Right.
So yeah.
And yes, the chair could delegate it, Councillor Grant. Okay. With that, so the only other, now, okay, with those two pieces in place, yes, so I agree from a legislative standpoint, it's for information and not necessarily for approval. Council, are we okay with it for the information piece? Because I still want to see it come back. I want to see the update come back, so I don't feel a need to hold the control on this, if you will, from an approval standpoint, but I certainly want to see this come back as an update for further conversation. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree with you. I would like to see it go through committee also, Recreation Committee, to give some advice on this MOU.
No, I think it should just go with our administration and not to, I don't want to, because if it goes to committee, it's going to slow it down. And I'd like to see us have it. And then the way I see the committee then being involved is that this is a tool that we've put in the toolkit that the committee could then look at. I don't think the committee should be involved in the writing of the MOU. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Maybe I can clarify what is typically in an MOU of this kind.
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Sandbo. I was going to ask that exact question of, I'm assuming this is a template MOU that you used with Okotoks and Airdrie that says something about we're going to work cooperatively to advance these goals. It's not like financially or time commitment. So I guess I'd turn that to the presenter of kind of what's in the MOUs.
The current version is with City of Airdrie law, so we'll get a more polished version, but currently it is just how do we work better as a collective, how do we extend our services out into the community, support your organization or your town in ways to get more inclusive programming with no funds attached. I think that's the key part. We are limited by Jumpstart's funding, so unless we get more from that, right now we're sitting with just our 14 partners. So it's just collective and inclusive work together.
Deputy Mayor Schindler.
Yeah, so I'm thinking that once the MOU is established, that a communication with our rec committee would probably be the next best thing, or next thing to do, to let them know what the tools are in the toolbox.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll trust the judgment of all the smart people in the room. I will say that if anything in the MOU is talking about assets or service providers or the landscape of available recreation options and where something could be done, that expertise is currently with committee, not with administration. So I'll just leave that there if that is working its way into MOU.
Thank you. Okay. Do I have a councillor who would like to make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee enter into the memorandum.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Edney.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor Dean. I had my light on originally, not for Councillor Sandbo's question.
Oh, sorry.
Governance and Priorities Committee direct administration to enter into. The Governance and Priorities Committee itself can't enter into the MOU. There we go.
Yep. That's on me. The motion I wrote, I forgot to add those two words. Thanks for catching that. Appreciate it. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Government Senate Priority Committee direct administration to enter into a memorandum of understanding MOU with the Calgary Adapt Hub and bring back to council by the end of September 2026 with the report for information.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, thanks
Thank you.
everyone.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm gonna turn my presentation off.
Okay. I'm going to skip down to, because we do have another presentation coming at 11. But I anticipating that we were going to be able to move through this next one. So I'm going to move to 9.4.1 since I see him here. So Acreages, What We Heard report being presented by Mr. Colin Kelly, Planner 1. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, my name is Colin Kelly, Planner 1 with the Community Growth and Infrastructure Division. Yes, so I'm here to present on the discussions that took place at the Acreages information session, which was held on June 10th, as well as the information that was provided to residents as part of the event. So as you're aware, Council did direct on February 24th, 2026 for administration to book an informational open house for acreage owners located at the East Acreages, Lake Erie Estates, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows. And this is related to acreage development before the end of June 2026. In response to Council's direction, administration did organize this acreage information session to provide information, engage with residents, and speak to the acreage development, the opportunities, processes, and any specific questions they had at that time. Perfect. So the public engagement was advertised through the City of Chestermere website, all social media channels, and letters were sent to each acreage owner, so that would be in each acreage community. And so it was designed to open house format, so residents that came at any time between those hours could come through, look at the 30 boards that were presented, which had information on the development processes, so land use amendments, subdivision, as well as development permit, building permit, speaking to the land use districts that are available to be amended to, as well as those existing, so transitional rural residential, the country residential, large lot rural residential, and the rural residential. Subdivision requirements, so speaking to the specific technical reports that may or may not be required, depending on the site, the lot size, width, different requirements, servicing, including private and municipal, the planning policies that affect this land, so just some boards representing the municipal development plan and land use bylaw policies, and just a little bit how taxation and assessment is done in the acreage communities. So representatives from planning, development, building, engineering, and utilities were present in the room. So just giving the opportunity for individuals that do have questions that are interested in either developing their properties or what it might look like should adjacent properties or those in their community wish to do so, just having a better understanding and having each discipline and subject matter expert available to answer those questions, especially at a time where it's outside of a lot of people's work hours, so just an additional opportunity to ask those questions in a maybe more convenient manner for some. So for the methodology, so it was these 30 boards, generally conversation between administration and interested residents and interested parties. So just going over all of the content that's on those boards, any specific questions on their properties that they had questions to or adjacent properties. 3 of those 30 boards were 24 by 36 aerial images with property lines. So if they wanted to come in and speak to the specifics on their property, whether it be a wetland they believe is on the site, access to if they wanted to perhaps subdivide, but a road does not exist at this time, whatever it may be, we were just able to answer those questions, speak to it in a general manner, and just let them know the process should they still be interested and want to speak with administration. So as far as turnout, we had approximately 70 residents attend the information session. Those that did attend generally stayed for quite a bit of time, spoke with administration, spoke amongst themselves as well. So it was, I would say, fairly well attended. There is, of course, a lot of interest in development, but also just investment by acreage owners in their communities. So once they got the word, I think there was a strong interest in coming to learn more and hear what administration had to say. So as far as what was discussed as a part of the event, so many residents were seeking a better understanding of how development occurs within the acreage communities. There are specific requirements, and of course, many individuals, property owners, aren't always familiar with the process. They may have maybe never developed property, gone through a land use amendment or subdivision process. So just being able to speak to how to redesignate that land and why it's necessary, how to schedule pre-application meetings so that outside of this information session, they understand that they can come in, speak with administration, and we can let them know the policies, requirements that would be a part of that. The steps involved, the timelines, just so they have an understanding of how this might occur and the time that it would take, and just those options between those different land use districts. So country residential, transitional rural residential, as well as those existing land use districts for their properties. And of course, there was a desire for clear, accessible information to help navigate the process, just because, as noted, not everyone has done this kind of application before. As far as the servicing infrastructure, the costs, there were many questions around offsite levies and how they are calculated. So, of course, the difference between country residential and transitional rural residential, as well as what it looks like should servicing be in the area. So how to extend those services, how that happens in a standard development, the different requirements, so the clarity on the regulations for septic and private wells in these areas prior to the servicing reaching their land. And shared servicing requirements following subdivision approval. So cost sharing, construction of roads, how that might look. So they just sought that information, road improvements, utility expansion. So just able to speak to that from the planning, engineering, utilities perspectives. So neighborhood character and future development. So residents expressed and through conversation concerns and interest in the existing acreage character. Many noted that relatively low density is still desirable for the acreages, should it continue to develop, the development should be supported by infrastructure improvements, and that it should be communicated clearly and transparently. Concerns raised as a part of future development is the increased traffic volumes, existing road conditions in these areas, the capacity of infrastructure, property value, and how they perceive that adjacent development and development in their communities impacting the value of their homes. The development density, as noted, low density was in some cases noted as desirable. Complexity of planning requirements, including those technical reports, so geotechnical, biophysical, depending on the property. And just understanding, this was noted, the restrictive covenants and caveats, and the city's role in interpreting and enforcing these private agreements. So that was a note of conversation in some communities. And so there was concerns with the length and complexity of development processes, and there was conversation around clarity, around approvals, and just the reasons for this. So not all participants expressed clear support or opposition to future development. Some indicated they want additional information before forming an opinion, while others focused primarily on technical, procedural, and financial considerations. Views on future development did vary, so that support for thoughtful development within these acreages communities and outright opposition to further development at this time. So the information session, as noted, did highlight a strong interest among acreage residents in understanding development processes and how future growth would affect their communities. So greater clarity around planning requirements, servicing, infrastructure, land use regulations. While these future perspectives on future development varied, common themes included ensuring infrastructure keeps up pace with the growth and providing that clear, transparent communication throughout the planning processes. That would be for applicants as well as those affected within the communities. And next steps. So as a part of these conversations, I guess planning administration seeks to continue to provide clear information, guidance to acreage owners, and planning initiatives moving forward, and continuing to, I suppose, enhance and ensure that, enhance the communication and ensure that residents feel informed and they understand the processes, whether they seek to be an applicant or they're an adjacent property to a development proposal. So for today's motion request, administration is requesting the motion that Governance and Priorities Committee accept the Acreages information session, what we heard report for information. I'm going to get my picture off the screen there if I can. That concludes my presentation, and I am happy to answer any questions that you may have.
You know you're still on the screen though, right?
Well, I suppose I can control this one.
That's how the streaming.
I know. It wasn't my idea to put that picture up there. I will note that for the record, please.
Thank you for the presentation. Appreciate it. So a question that I had has to do with right after this. It has information where it's like a Q&A basically. And I'm wondering what the possibility is, because I don't think that this has been done yet, but if it has, please correct me if I'm wrong. There's a Q&A that follows after this where it's who pays for and builds water and wastewater services needed for the development? And there's an answer there. And then there's a question, does the 2008 annexation agreement guarantee municipal water? And the answer's there. Have we taken this type of a Q&A and put it into some sort of an information package and mailed it to every acreage owner? Have we done something like that? Mr. Chaniok seems to be waving.
Through the chair to the chair, the Q&A that you see after the what we've heard report are the actual boards that were presented during the open house.
Yeah.
A copy of the slide deck was also available in the open house for people to take along with them. I don't think we've mailed this out because these boards were designed specifically for the open house, but if council wants us to mail this information out or put it on municipal website, we can absolutely do it.
So I think to cut down on costs, I would simplify it. Like I would shorten it down so that it's a little bit more simple. However, the value that I see in that happening would be that all of the acreage owners have all of the information all at the same time. Because I think one of the things that happens sometimes is this piece about this person knows this, and right, that was part of the reason why we did this particular project, was to try and get everybody into the room to do an educational piece with everybody. And I know that one of the things that happened during the course of that conversation was there was some aha moments for different people from different properties that, oh, I didn't know that, I didn't realize that that meant that. We also know that there is some frustration that exists because of misunderstanding, and I'm a big believer of, well, if people are going to be frustrated, let's at least have them frustrated about the truth. And well, this is the truth. This is the thing. So I'm wondering about a motion coming from council to, or if a motion's needed, or can administration take this document, simplify it? Like I would take out some of the graphics. Like I would just simplify it to cut down on costs, because obviously the bigger it is, the more it's going to cost. But to do a mail out to every acreage owner of this Q&A information, because I think it just puts everybody on the same page. Mr. Chaniok.
Through the chair, yes, we can do it. We can simplify it. We can tone it down, remove some graphics, tone down the font size and everything, and we can mail it out to every acreage owner.
Thank you. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Dean. Through you, I might also suggest, I'll just look at the comms team. We can talk about this tomorrow, but let's just put up the presentation somewhere accessible. Obviously, it's in the agenda package, but that's not always the easiest to find. So if we even put up exactly what we presented on the website, shorten it down for mail out, that might be the best approach.
Yeah,
to get the information out there.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry. I'd love to see that. I would love to see a mail out to all the residents. I would love to see a social media post dedicated to this with all the information. I would love to see it easily accessible on the website. We've got all the tools that are sitting right there. Is there a motion that is required from council, or is that something that administration is just can administration just go do that, Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I think it'd be best if they're, especially related to the mail out, if there was just a, we have obviously budget for postage and printing and all that kind of stuff, but this would be a confirmation from council of the use of some of those funds. So I think it would be worth a motion.
Well, and I like the motion too, because then it goes on to the activity tracker, right? And then once it's on to the activity tracker, then we would see that when it is complete, because administration would come back and say that this motion is complete. So the Governance and Priorities Committee direct administration to prepare a mail out to residents of the acreage areas related to the questions and answers in the acreage information session package. As presented on July 21st, 2026. Period. Sorry, we'll just go and. It'll be a long motion. It's a long sentence, but and prepare the social media piece. You want that part of this as well? The communications piece? Or no? No, we'll just do that one? Okay. Ignore what I said. Perfect. Thank you. Mr. Edney, does that catch what you were getting at? Okay. Do I have a councillor that would like to make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Certainly, Your Worship. I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee direct administration to prepare a mail out to the owners of acreage areas related to the questions and answers in the acreage information session package as presented on the July 21st, 2026 Governance and Priorities Committee meeting.
Comments, questions from council? Just because it's inside of the motion, I just want to reiterate then that, Mr. Edney, if I could just get you to confirm inside of the motion that there will also be communication set up on our website and on our social media platforms. Mr. Edney.
Yes, I can confirm that.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. The other question that I had was, there was some information that was brought to a few of us at that meeting with regards to Lake Erie Estates and some possible covenants that were on some properties. Have we been able to track any of that information down? Because I know that it was brought to myself, it was brought to a couple other councillors, as well as it was brought to a couple of other administrators, because I didn't have the answer, so I brought it to admin. So, and if we don't know what I'm talking about, then I will follow up online, because I see the furrowing brows of the talking heads right now. So we don't know what Mayor Dean's talking about right now. Great. I will bring that to you via an email, and we could follow that up. Thank you. Because the other one that I wanted to address is in the package. There's not a page number, so sorry, Josh. I can't. Oh yeah, it's very small. 227 of our agenda package. Page 227. That says the East Acreages ASP was defeated by council on June 15, 2015, and therefore not approved. A statement that I hear often from acreage owners, though, is, yeah, but it was promised. It was not promised. Can administration just address that part of it with regards to... I have two questions that I'd like to address publicly. One is the ASP. Secondly, being what it means when that water can be provided, which is also part of the annexation agreement. I know that we've talked about this a few times publicly, but I don't think we can reiterate this one enough. So, Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Through you to council. So quickly, what was promised in the annexation agreement was that the city of Chestermere, town of Chestermere at that time, would develop an ASP. It said nothing about council will approve an ASP. And those, are, of course, are two different things. I think we've talked about it quite a bit, that administration at the time and council attempted to develop an ASP. I've talked about it quite a bit. There was a lot of debate amongst the landowners, I guess, of where the residential goes, where the commercial went, where the storm water goes, where the school site went, and there was, from my understanding, no general consensus on bringing that all together. So understanding that there wasn't, at least at that time, council's view of a majority support of that ASP, it was defeated by council. So the annexation did promise one would be developed, but developing one and passing it, you can't do. You also can't, in an agreement, force a council to do something. That is under the MGA, that you cannot fetter their future discretion. So that's where the ASP stood. And then again, you're correct. The annexation agreement provided that water would be available. And water and sewer being available is different than constructing water and sewer facilities. So what it meant was, at the time, the capacity that the city of Chestermere, town of Chestermere at that time, had to provide a suitable volume of water and receive a suitable volume of sanitary waste was available. So that's the difference. Not to get in the weeds, but we're seeing that in many communities where their water plant is at capacity, so they don't have capacity to deliver water. That's different than there's water at the water plant versus building the pipe out to the residents. So yeah, for clarity, it wasn't ever to build the infrastructure. It was just that if someone built the infrastructure, there would be sufficient volumes of water to put into that infrastructure.
Great. Thank you for those clarifications. Any other comments, questions from Councillor Warzanowski?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I just had a thought to your commentary about asking and clarifying that question. Should we consider adding that as part of our update to what Collins has given in the update, so then it's added and that question is answered for the community? Just a suggestion.
It's a great suggestion. I believe it's in here already. Part of it's already.
But maybe spelling it out in the way that this was. Some residents have suggested that this was promised by the city, and this is their city's response.
Yeah, I agree. I think where it is in here, I think we should add. We should really drill down on these pieces. So it is in here, but I think we should further expand on that, because those are two of the fundamental things that we hear about as the pushback items. Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. This one's kind of a hard question, but one of the things that they always are. I see you nodding. One of the things that I was hoping to gather from this report was at least an understanding of the proportion of acreage owners who want to develop their parcels and to what density. Did we get any sense of that at all?
Mr. Kelly?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Sambo. So there is no metric, there's no easy graph as far as firm numbers that we'd be able to provide for that. The event was an information session intended to, I guess, provide that the information on how the properties can develop, should they choose to, and how that might affect their communities. But no, we didn't take in any exact information on the amount of attendees that sought to develop or sought to maintain the community character, or what changes they would like to see necessarily. Though I will say, generally it was very mixed. And there was, of course, individuals that wanted to develop and sought clarity on that, and those that thought perhaps it wasn't the time for further development and would perhaps seek to not have those land use amendments approved should they come forward.
Mr. Cheniak?
Through the chair to Councillor Sandbo, on your question, again, like Mr. Kelly mentioned, there wasn't a metric that we were sort of recording as to how many properties wanted to develop. There was a feedback form. We only received one of those feedback forms after the open house, which contained some information which wasn't necessarily related to how many people wanted to develop in the city. I attended the open house, and I was speaking to a number of residents, and my read of it was majority of residents did not want any development whatsoever. A few of them wanted development done in a responsible way, and there were very minimal interest in actually developing the land. I'd only spoken to two of the residents in the entire Acreages area, north, east, and south, who were actually interested in or exploring opportunities for development of land. And outside of that, most of the people actually didn't want anything changed. They enjoyed the lifestyle that they were living into. Most of them actually, most of the residents that I spoke to had been living in acreage areas for quite a number of years. And they were used to, or they are used to, the kind of openness acreage areas sort of provide. And that's where the hesitation surrounding, we don't want any development in this area, comes from, I guess. So for the most part, only a couple of people were exploring possibilities for development. Outside of that, I didn't hear any strong, I guess, support for development in the area.
Yeah, and I think too, we had left that encouragement for the one area of acreages because we had heard some information from a resident that said, oh no, everybody's being supportive. So I think we're also waiting to hear back from that resident who presented at public input to see if that letter of support will be coming from the residents in that area. Okay, with that, even though we took an action item on this ledge services, because this is so fundamental to what we're doing, and because this has been such a topic of conversation, I would still like to make the motion to accept for information, even though we took an action one. But again, because this is such a topic of conversation in our community, I do think that it's important that we demonstrate that. So can I have Councillor make the motion to accept for information, please? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the Acreages What We Heard report for information.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so with that, we have our next presentation and our guest presenters are here. So we'll take a quick 10-minute break to transition here, and we'll come back at 11:15. Thanks, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Just coming back from our break here and moving now to Chestermere Healthcare Blueprint being presented by Dr. Dan Chen from Lake Community to Care Community. Just as a matter of logistics, presentations like this are scheduled for 30 minutes. That's without questions from council. That's just the time for you. Should you need to go over the 30 minutes, council can make a motion to proceed. And I know that you may have mentioned offline about, is this like when we met one-on-one? Is it very similar? Yes, it's very similar. Feel free to be relaxed, and really looking forward to hearing this presentation. And this really fits really nicely with a lot of work that we're doing right now when it comes to healthcare in our community. And so excited to hear this presentation, and excited to see what the next steps can be for us moving forward. So, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to present and share the vision for the community. First of all, I just want to introduce myself a little bit. I'm a family physician in Chestermere. I practiced since 2014, so for 12 years in the city right now. And I really want to thank everyone for making this. I can see the changes of every day of what this community is changing to. Before I talk, I would like to ask everyone a very simple question. In your idea, why a family decide to move to Chestermere? It's because the lake? It's because the bigger house? Bigger backyard? In my answer, I do think the answer is they have confidence in Chestermere. They have confidence that they can see their kids when they're sick, they have care. When their parents is old, they have care. When they themselves in the middle life crisis, they have care. I think the confidence is a long-term attraction for communities' livability. When you know, okay, I move this community, my health span, not your lifespan, is your health span, is the time you feel healthy, you feel productive, you feel good, get expanded. That's the biggest attraction to a people to decide where they're going to move, where they're going to stay for long term. So I'm very proud to share you with the current vision of how we can change our famous lake community to a more attractive, more competitive vision of care community. Chestermere is growing like crazy. Like our population is getting close to 40,000. It's a good thing, of course. We get more tax benefit, we have to build more road, we have more family, but it's also create issues for us too. When the houses is building much faster than the ecosystem, than the healthcare infrastructure, we will under pressure of family physician shortage. We will have problem with access, same-day access. We definitely have issues with senior care. When people aging, where they're going to go. Of course, not to mention cardiac disease, diabetes management, dementia, all these kind of chronic diseases, what are we going to do with them? Because otherwise, if we're not thinking ahead, we're putting ourselves into the future trouble. And we do want to think 5, 10, 20 years ahead. Of course, urgent care, that's another thing. I'm very proud that my clinic opens 7 days a week, every day. We also see so many people from other communities, such as Northeast, such as Strathmore, even Three Hills, over the weekend, come to Chestermere because there's no way they can get urgent care. So for me, without planning, the residents have to travel outside the city. They have to utilize the emergency at Peter Loughy, Rocky View, all these kind of things. And the caregivers get strained, they're burdened. And the family do feel their life is like, oh, I jump to the city to see urgent care or emergency, and then I come back to see my family doctor. It's just, you can see it's fragmented. It's not connected. If we just ask that question, in the past, a lot of time the patient, sorry for that, the resident will ask, how big is my house? Is there a lake or hockey rink or some recreation place get close to me? Or how close is the commute for me to go to work? But nowadays, I think the modern family question to help them decide where they're going to put their loved family is there any job opportunity? Is there health care that I can access for my kids, for myself, for my parents, right? I'm very excited to share with you, just last month, June 2026, Dubai just put billions of dollars to start a department called Dubai Longevity Association. So what they are doing is they are planning for the next 20 years. In their mind, the future competitive of a city or a country is not the oil and gas, it's not the road, it's not even the tax, it's the health spend. If that city, that place can give you health, I'm pretty sure you can give all the money to them. Okay. So I do feel like people increasingly choose a community not only for where they live, but for where they can live there over a long period of time. So that's the conclusion here. The strategic move for Chestermere is, one, we do need to use high technology because we do not have unlimited dollar. Two, implicant what I just imagine. But more importantly, we do have to maintain that partnership and the trust with our resident. So I call it high tech and high touch approach to the city in Chestermere. High tech means we do use digital health platform for booking, for connecting. I'll give you some example. Nowadays in my clinic, the patient do not have to call us. They directly go online, choose the time they want to. They directly go online to message me whenever they need any help. They can check in the parking lot when they are not even in my clinic. And also we use the data. So we had all the analyzing data. We do have the risk factors already strict. So when I open my computer, I have a high risk, moderate risk, low risk patient. So the high risk population, we will regularly check up. Hey, 3 months, I need to check your diabetes A1C. Hey, 1 year, I do need to check your mammogram to rule out mammogram. So we are using the data as way more better prediction to see who need more attention. Of course, the kids, every 1 year, we want to see them. We want to make sure their mental health is in a good stage. They are developing, their milestone has been reached every time. So medicine is changing. And this is another philosophy we're talking about. Medicine has evolving from medicine 1.0, which is antibiotics. We can treat infections. So we saved thousands of lives because of that. Right now, we're in the medicine 2.0, which is disease focused. We wait for patients have a disease, heart, lungs, and then we treat them. Is that the right way to think about? Health equal to no disease or not? It's not. Health is not equal to no disease. I have so many patients come for yearly physical, and the number all looks good. No, but Dr. Chen, I'm not feeling well. I'm not sleeping well. I'm not focusing well. I'm not in my best stage. I even got some young athlete come say, I used to be recovered in 6 hours. I play and I'm good. Now I need 12 hours. I need 24 hours. I need a week. What's going on? So health is changing. That's what Dubai is doing to medicine 3.0. We're managing the health your feeling, your wellness, not your disease only. So high touch, you do need someone who you can trust, and you can put all your factors into their hands, and they can prioritize, oh, is this senior, is this dementia patient, or is this cancer patient, or is this child need my attention? At what time? What is the timeline I need to give that attention? But I have such good news for Chestermere. I think Chestermere is so lucky. When I review for the past 12 years, has been working here, and I don't know why, to be honest with you, my house is actually 35 minutes away from this city. And I traveled for the past 12 years. Why? This community has so many diamonds here. We already have so many spots, specialties already existed. Our point of view for you guys, and we were looking at what's the future we need to move on. We do have a beautiful pediatrician care for children here. We do have a few family practice. We do have women's health specialists to taking care of people. And we do have a geriatric senior health team here too. And we also have a Calgary Rural PCN, put the dietitian, mental health counselor, all the support in this community. They literally have an office seated in Chestermere. So the question is, the opportunity, we have it, but why we're still not reaching the best stage? Mm-hmm. The question is how we can all keep all the services in the community and also connect the community together, right? If you want a beautiful diamond ring or diamond necklace, you want to connect your diamonds. The diamond is one by one, it's not going to work, a whole piece. And also, at the end, do we need more? You know, like close the whole loop. I did build a beautiful cake for everybody, so you guys actually can see what the healthcare ecosystem can look like. Because we do not want everyone play like a solo. We do need to work together as a team, as a cohesive strategy all together. So the level 1 is preventative and wellness. We just talked about it. The level 2 is we do need to provide the same-day community access. When there's no non-urgent, oh, the kid get fever, the kid, has some ear pain. That's not an emergency, but we do need to deal with it because after 2 days, he may get very sick, right? Okay. The third one is we do need to take care of our seniors, which thank you guys for so beautiful Dawson project, which already have the senior care and the chronic disease support there. The last but not least, I do think we need acute care integration, which is urgent care in the Chestermere. When there's last weekend, I'm on duty in my clinic. So I did the suture, I did the small procedure, of course, multiple cases. So the whole weekend, only 2 days, I saw more than 55 patients. So you definitely can see a lot of them actually not from the Chestermere only. So, but if we do have an urgent care center here, we will attract so many people from other community to know Chestermere much better. Supported area. So the preventative in my heart is our community infrastructure. We do need to pay attention to our diabetes prevention, cardiovascular disease, mobility position, and healthy span. Another one I really want to focus on is sleep. By the end, I can tell you guys a secret that everyone can live another 20 years longer and healthier. I give you a hint, it's related to your sleep. But we do need to have this kind of infrastructure and have the preparation for the community. But by doing the prevention, it's not only good for the resident, it's also good for the city. So think about when we have all this kind of preventative care, we are decreasing the hospital burden, we are have a long-term chronic disease management, and we are connecting the dots together. For any health care system, the heart, actually, it is primary care. I don't know how many of you guys feel when you move to some place is normally because you want to be close to someone you trust and you love. Many of us will move away with our children. Where our children and grandchildren go, we will move to there. If you have a trust relationship with your primary care provider, your family, your children, your elderly, it's all in this loop. I cannot emphasize enough how important having a long-term relationship and have a trust relationship with your resident, with your clients is important. The third layer we talk about is aging well in the community, which I think Chestermere did a beautiful job. By having our long-term care facility there, we're not only taking care of our beloved elderly in our community, but we're also providing job opportunities. Isn't that right? Yeah. And we're also providing so much support and transition care in this community. Last but not least, the highest level, we talk about the urgent care in the Chestermere. All the physicians in my clinic, we have 8 physicians. We're working hard to keep this urgent care going, but we actually do not know how long we can last. We will do our best, but to close the gap, I do think we do need to involve in the whole community and the whole healthcare system in the community to provide the timely access to our resident to improve wellness and the continuity of care. Again, let's talk about Dubai. In the future, attractive of the city is not only how good is the road, how low is the property tax. It will be in this community, is that livable? How long I'm going to live here? And how healthy I'm going to live here. So that's the future competitiveness of a city. You will ask me, okay, that's a great, beautiful picture. We want to have a care community for our children, for our elderly, for ourselves. But where the money come from? So I did do a little bit of research for everyone. And I do think Alberta already realized, probably have very similar idea as Dubai. We do have a lot of existing funding in the government to help us to remove to a modern primary care community. I did put just a few samples for you, but I do want to emphasize a very good example called MAPS, Primary Care Modernization Opportunity. So the province initiation focus on team-based care. We just talk about, we just need to connect in the dots. We also talk about the digital health. We just demonstrated in our clinic what we are doing to digitalize our data, to analyzing the patient's health. We also talk about community-based access, which we do need great involvement of the city. So province scale of the investment is $125 million, sorry, not a billion, $125 million over 3 years for the MAPS relative implement. And also there's additional $200 million over 2 years to improve the primary care access in Alberta. So at this point, a care integrated community will benefit the both city and the resident. The resident will have better care, same-day access, very strong trust partner relationship with their care provider. They're easy to have navigator. They can have a case manager to help them to become healthier and avoid unnecessary travel. And basically, we are more focused on the health span rather than the disease management. The city, on the other hand, will gain stronger livability, you guys can be a pioneer of the modern city competitive and healthcare resilience, and we will become the leader, I would say. We can become the leader of the future city development because we have totally different emphasis and the structure of not just the road or the facility. We're building the healthy future for you. What I need from you guys, first, is endorse the vision. Do you think this vision from the lake community to the care community makes sense to you? Second, we need to involve the stakeholders. We want to involve everybody, including our firefighter, our EMS, our PCN, our community organization, even the providers. I do know we have wonderful psychologists in the community. We have so many resources, diamonds. And then we can create shared evidence and the planned priority. Last but not the end, we do need a letter of support, alignment, and the partnership to apply for the grant, which the government is trying to encourage everybody to take. They're waiting for someone to take the actions to initiate it. I think that's my last slide. My vision of Chestermere is a city where residents can grow, stay healthy, aging confidently, and access the care when they need it, close to home. Again, I think the confidence of they are growing and that they are extending their health span, not only for themselves, but also for their children, for their elderly, for next generation, is important. Every generation leaves something behind, right? Some of them build a school, some of them build a recreation center, some of them will build, I don't know, but I think for us, we can build something much longer, which is their health, is their livability. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. I think one of the things that stood out to me when we first met a couple months ago was how many resources already exist in Chestermere.
A lot.
And I don't know if we are doing a great job right now as a community telling that story. Is that something that you would agree that we're not telling?
100% agree. Like I said, we have so many diamonds, but the diamonds is all over the place. And I don't think our residents actually have that idea. We have everything.
Yeah, I think there's been a theme this morning. I know that you weren't here for the two previous presentations that we had this morning. This has literally been the theme all morning. In our first presentation that we had this morning, we talked about the fact of we have all these interconnected pieces of how we can have people living a lifestyle and a healthier lifestyle, and how do we bring all of that together. So we had Healthier Together in Chestermere here earlier, so we were looking at how to do Healthier Together here in Chestermere. That's how we started our morning. We talked about how we have all of these pieces that exist around our community, and I think the same is true when it comes to healthcare right now in Chestermere. I think we have all of these elements plus all the advocacy that is happening right now from council to the provincial government. And I would suggest that one of the things, council, that we need to do as part of our advocacy right now is demonstrating what already exists, and then utilizing what already exists as part of our advocacy plan to demonstrate how, for example, an actual urgent care center or a hospital is actually the next natural progression. So it's not just about population growth, but it's also about the next natural progression of everything that already exists in our community.
100%.
Do you have any ideas on how we tell that story better?
be honest with you, I definitely think the digital health and the digital communication, like I have a lot of success in my cases. Well, our clinic do have 13,000 patients. So we definitely just initiate. Actually, I only initiated 2 months ago. And the patient actually already feels significant difference in our care. So you guys need some craftsmen. You need some architect to link that together and make everyone excited about it. Yeah, I definitely will point to the digital medium.
I know one of the things that had been discussed previously with your group when we had first met was even the idea of setting up a mayor's task force for medical advocacy. So we had talked about this idea of should we look at a mayor's task force for medical advocacy with the possibility of that task force being made up of very specific skill set groups of people, including elected officials, physicians, primary care, AHS at the political level, with Alberta Health Services as well as community stakeholders. You had mentioned our emergency services that we have right now, including fire. So I wonder if that's an idea that we should be looking around. And so I know it's taken a little bit of time to get this presentation coming in July. And I believe council's coming for even a tour of your facility on I'm hoping that this is happening now. I'm about to say it publicly.
Is this Friday?
Okay, good.
Yeah,
Good. I'll
from
let you say
12
it public.
to
I
2.
wanted to make sure I didn't have a chance to look at my calendar here really
Yeah.
quick, but it is on Friday.
Yeah.
Because I know that was part of the plan. So I do wonder if that's a piece of this because, like I said, and to council right now, I will just as a reminder, the theme of this morning has been how do we build all the bridges between all these fragmented pieces that we have throughout our community. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. You know, we've talked about the idea of a concierge in a couple of different circumstances. I wonder if we're starting to look at needing to budget for a customer service team that's focused on connecting residents to services. Or alternatively, I'd be really curious what IT would do if we said, hey, how do you build an AI concierge or something like that? That would be really curious. But for me, I know where a lot of services are because I'm out and I'm talking to humans and you just hear about it. But especially if there's a language barrier or if there's a mobility barrier or something, if somebody could call into the city and say, I'm looking for healthcare, and someone could walk you through that process, that would be of extreme value to a lot of residents.
Well, I would say I feel fairly confident in this statement that I'm fairly connected to the community. I have a really strong sense of what's happening in most, if not all, sectors within our community. There are pieces in this presentation. The first time I saw this presentation, where I was like, I didn't know we had that. And I feel like I'm fairly connected and have been, not just because I'm mayor. I feel like I've been fairly connected since I've lived in this community, even in my previous role. And so, yeah, I definitely think that the gap that we have right now is, again, it's been the theme of the morning, is connecting all of these different dots that are around right now. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I love the idea of a task force on this, and I'd certainly be interested in sitting on that task force. And through our chair, administration to our presenter, Doctor, I love this presentation. I'm so glad that you're part of this community, and you're absolutely right. I had no idea like these things exist. I'm glad that some of council and my peers do. I think we live in a society. I take health very seriously, and I have trouble with sleep myself, and you're absolutely right. You'll extend the life of if you can improve sleep. But treating symptoms is not the solution to treat. It's all about treating the person holistically. And I was fortunate to learn this young in my life, and I appreciate that you have a large vision and huge goals, because we need that in our community. And what I've also observed in my lifetime is often people will go to the doctor when they're sick, as opposed to trying to treat themselves to prevent getting sick, treating their body, treating their whole holistically. And that's what you're proposing here. Also, we live in a world where everything is digitized. You're seeing that now with your business. You're seeing that with Alberta Precision Labs, the accessibility to that information. I think that's the key, in my view, to being able to provide access. Make it easy. Make it a game. Make it an app. And to Councillor Sambo's commentary, maybe it's a digitized app concierge where you can go on the City of Chestermere, what services are available, whether it's massage, acupuncture, family physician, urgent care, the list goes on. Make it easy. And now all of a sudden, people start taking ownership of their own health before they become sick.
Yeah.
So thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to say some of those words, but especially that we're glad you're here in our community.
I actually want to echo what you said. Like over my 12 years practice, I think digital is inevitable. But I don't know if you guys notice, I did put a high touch there. And the high touch is the one you just talked about, holding everything together. Yeah. So we will have all the tools, IT department, all the high end. Actually, I'm inviting some America University Cal professor come to our open house. If you guys can meet him, the CEO, like they are talking about how they're using AI to make our healthcare more efficient. But my question for him was, yes, I like efficiency, but I also love the warmth. Because relationship, to echo sleep and the relationship, actually, if we're lonely and we're not sleeping well, the harm is the same as we smoked for 20 years. So our lifespan will deduct by 7 to 8 years if we're not sleeping well, or we are not having a good relationship with your family.
Deputy Mayor Schindler.
Yeah, thank you through the chair, through administration, and to Dr. Chen. Thank you for your presentation. It was brilliant. I just wanted to quickly see if there's a way that we can debunk some of these. At least one myth that I hear in our community is that while we may have access to the services that you listed earlier, that they're all full and people can't get in. Are you aware that there's room in our system to have people come in?
Definitely. So Chestermere LakeMed is pretty lucky. I cannot speak for other clinic. So because the changes we're doing, so we successfully attract a pediatrician from United States. Nice. We successfully attract one physician from Manitoba, nice. And there's 2 more doctor from University of Calgary trying to join us. It's all about how you make this workplace feel belonging. They feel proud to work here because the philosophy you're holding echo the philosophy they have. Mm-hmm. So definitely. So we do have quite good opening right now. Okay. Another thing I probably forgot to mention is we also have a physician focused on occupational health. So with Chestermere growing, with more the industry job opportunities, everything coming, I think that's a great asset too.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions coming right now, I've handed a proposed motion to Legislative Services. Josh, I'm not sure if you're ready with that. He is. Okay, so the motion I am suggesting is that the Governance Priorities Committee direct administration and Mayor Dean to work on a terms of reference for a mayor's task force for medical advocacy and bring back to council before or at the 2026 organizational meeting. Want to walk through a couple reasons for the wording on this. The reason is direct administration and myself. I have zero intention of getting involved in administrative work. The reason I'm wanting to have this language in there is, council, we are aware of the amount of advocacy that is happening right now, and generally the point person for that advocacy by default becomes me. And so I have that kind of that first awareness, and then council's brought up to speed shortly thereafter, after any meeting that happens, say with Minister LaGrange or now Minister Wright, or before Minister Jones. Like, we are all there, but I tend to be the point person for that. So because of that knowledge, and because that knowledge can change so quickly, because there are times where administration is with me, but there are times where a minister will reach out and I get the letter first. And then I have to filter it through administration. So this is not about Mayor Dean getting involved in administrative work. This is because we are very aware right now that it's in our municipal development plan about advocacy to the provincial government, and we know there's a lot that's happening right now. That's why I'm suggesting we put this in there as a point of contact between administration. I know that Councilor Wojciechowski had already expressed some comments on this, so I'm just, before asking for or calling for the motion, I'm wondering if there's any questions with regards to the wording of this motion. Okay, seeing none. Do I have a councillor that would like to make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
Yes, thank you. I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee direct administration and Mayor Dean to work on a terms of reference for a mayor's task force for medical advocacy and bring back to council before or at the 2026 organizational meeting.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Before wrapping up, Mr. Edney, is there a role that administration can play in? Is there a role that the city should be playing in promotion of the health assets that exist within our community right now? So we've had this presentation right now. We've outlined some things. This is not, and also I should make this very, very clear. This is not about promoting one clinic over another clinic. This is not about this group's doing this, so we like them more than that. This has nothing to do with that. This is about how do we demonstrate that. So I'm wondering, and Mr. Edney, it's a totally like on, I know I'm putting you on the spot on this one, so I half apologize. And if you need some time to think about that, I'm wondering though, is there a spot where, because we're still small enough and nimble enough as a city to be able to do that, is there a role that we can play? Is that something you need to take away? What could we do as a result of this information that we're seeing today outside of the step that we've already taken? Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Dean, through you to council. I like option number 2. If it's something we could take away, discuss at the executive team and figure out what the best role for us might be in this, and then maybe report back to you. I think that'd be the best approach.
Would it be possible for us to encourage, because I don't want to direct this necessarily, that even in the short term between now and then, if ELT was able to set up a meeting or utilize time at one of your weekly meetings to invite in some of our experts within this from, so not just Dr. Chen, but some other doctors and physicians as well from around our community that are already providing services, perhaps inviting in PCN as well, to come in and just meet with ELT, and maybe for a 45-minute session with ELT, just have that conversation. I don't know if that's one way to do it, but I just wonder if you had all those people in the room, if that could be a suggested path forward. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thanks, Merdine. I think, maybe leave it with us. We'll get contact information and strategize about this. Not hesitation isn't the right word, but again, want to be respectful of the lane we're in as administration,
totally.
Right? And what we're doing regarding this. But I think there's easy ways for us to at least promote better what we have here.
Yeah, sorry. To be really clear, that's all I'm talking about right now, is that our lane is not the creation thereof. That's not what municipalities do, right? And we certainly don't want to even enter into the lane that is the provincial government responsibility on this. That's not what I'm suggesting at all. Yeah. This is more about what do we have right now and how do we get that information out, because it's here and who can take that on. Right? Is there a role that the city can play? And maybe we don't. Maybe there isn't a role. That's what I'm trying to flesh out. Certainly not in any way, shape, or form wanting to take any of the other responsibility that is either the responsibility of the provincial or the federal government. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification, Mayor Dean. Yeah, there's certainly a way we can promote this, whether it's through our website, social media posts, similar to a business directory even, right? We'll be working with the economic development team on that. So how we get this all together, leave it with us to talk about. We can get in touch and figure out what's the most comprehensive approach to addressing, like you say, everything going on in our community. Because like I'm hearing with this, like everything in our community, I think there's a lot more going on than our residents are necessarily aware of. So
Yeah.
this is a good spot to do some promotion for it.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Edney. There is a community directory page on the City of Chestermere website that needs some love. So that could be a very great place to put that.
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, to Councillor Sambo, there's a lot of things on the city website that could use some love. So we'll be working on it, and this will be one of those things.
Amazing. I wasn't sure if you were going to take that or not, and then you did. So good on you. All right. Okay. So with that, same thing, because there is so much information with this, I would like to do a motion for Governance and Priorities Committee to accept the presentation for information. So can I have that motion as well, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee accept the Chestermere Healthcare Blueprint presentation for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you very much. With that, then, we are going to go for our lunch break. And just as a matter of explanation, we will start our lunch break right at 9.2.1, which is the bylaw 027-26, which is our business license bylaw, and then basically follow the rest of the agenda in order. So for any of our presenters and things like that, starting at 1 o'clock, we'll start at 9.2.1 and then work our way through in order. Thanks, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back from our lunch break and now starting the afternoon portion of our meeting, starting under item 9.2, Economic Development, 9.2.1, which is Bylaw 027-26, being the draft version of our business license bylaw, being presented by Ms. Shaman Vencio, Manager Development and Building Services. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of Council. My name is Shaman Vicencio, Manager of Development Services. Through the CAO, today I am pleased to present the results of Administration's review of the City's Business License Bylaw and introduce the proposed Business License Bylaw number 027-26. Today's presentation will walk the committee through why the review was undertaken, the 10 gaps identified in the current bylaw, what we heard through engagement, how stakeholder feedback shaped the proposed changes, the key improvements being recommended, and I will close with administration's recommendation. The purpose of today's presentation is to provide the committee with an overview of the proposed bylaw and obtain feedback prior to bringing forward a final bylaw for consideration. Administration is requesting that the Governance and Priorities Committee receive the draft business license bylaw update report for information and provide feedback, if any, to administration on the draft business license bylaw. In January 2026, the committee directed administration to review the existing bylaw. The current bylaw was adopted a decade ago. That was in 2016. And since then, business practices, community expectations, and regulatory requirements have evolved significantly. Our objective was simple: to review the bylaw, identify opportunities for improvement, engage stakeholders, and return with recommendations for a modernized framework. The review in January identified 10 significant gaps in the current bylaw, and they are presented in front of you right now. Some gaps related to emerging business types that were never contemplated under the existing framework. Others related to administration, enforcement, appeals, and the licensing process itself. Collectively, these gaps created uncertainty for businesses, limitations for administration, and inconsistencies in how certain activities were regulated. These gaps highlighted where the current bylaw no longer reflects today's business environment and provided the roadmap for the proposed update. This is a story of a bylaw built on listening and delivering, and the goal of this update was straightforward. The goal was to ensure the proposed update addressed the gaps identified by the committee in January and the priorities raised through the engagement while creating a licensing framework that is easier to understand, easier to implement, and better aligned with today's business environment. The proposed bylaw takes a balanced approach. It removes unnecessary barriers for low-risk businesses while providing stronger oversight where greater public safety and community impacts exist. Administration undertook a comprehensive engagement program to ensure the proposed business license bylaw reflects both the needs of Chestermere businesses, the community, and the realities of administering the licensing program. Over a 40-day engagement period, administration directly contacted nearly 900 businesses through targeted email campaigns, hosted 2 public open houses, and promoted participation through the city's website, social media, city hall displays, and local advertising. Stakeholders were provided multiple opportunities to share feedback through the survey and direct discussion through community engagement events. The draft bylaw was also circulated internally to planning, development, safety codes, enforcement, events, and other departments to ensure the proposed framework is both practical and enforceable. The result is a bylaw informed by stakeholder feedback, operational experience, and best practices. Regardless of business size or industry, the feedback was consistent. Stakeholders were looking for greater clarity, simple processes, stronger coordination, fair fees, and a regulatory approach that focuses effort where it is most needed. These priorities became the foundation of the proposed changes. This slide demonstrates the direct connection between stakeholder feedback and the proposed bylaw. Businesses told us what wasn't working. and we responded with practical solutions. Requests for clarity resulted in new license classes, updated definitions, and business-specific regulations. Requests for better coordination resulted in formal referral process and clearly defined administrative responsibilities. Requests for transparency resulted in clearer application process, review procedures, and an appeal mechanism. Simply put, stakeholders told us what needed to improve, and those improvements are reflected throughout the draft bylaw. Now on this slide, this represents the completion of the work that the committee directed administration to undertake earlier this year. What began as 10 identified gaps has become 10 targeted and practical solutions, resulting in a bylaw that is easier for low-risk businesses, stronger for high-risk businesses, and better aligned with the needs of Chestermere today. Some of the most significant changes include the creation of business classes for home-based business, short-term rentals, mobile, temporary, shared mobility, and other regulated businesses. This creates a licensing framework that reflects how business operate in 2026 rather than relying on a traditional one-size-fits-all model. For higher-risk business activities, the bylaw introduces dedicated regulations for cannabis retail, liquor stores, second-hand dealers, and pawnbrokers, along with police information checks and enhanced record-keeping requirements. These changes strengthen public safety, support enforcement efforts, and align municipal requirements with provincial standards. From an administrative perspective, the proposed bylaw establishes a formal referral process involving planning, development, fire services, enforcement, RCMP, Alberta Health, and other agencies as needed. It also introduces a clear appeal process with defined timelines, written decisions, improving transparency, consistency, and procedural fairness. Equally important, the bylaw moves to a risk-based approach by introducing fee waivers for no-impact home businesses, multi-year licensing opportunities, reduced fees for eligible non-resident businesses, and stronger enforcement tools, including inspections, enforcement orders, escalating penalties, and license suspension or revocation. Having addressed each of the identified gaps, I'd like to highlight 3 of the most significant improvements. First, the proposed bylaw recognizes how businesses operate today by introducing modern license categories for emerging business activities. Second, it provides clear requirements for business types that previously had limited or no regulatory framework. Third, it replaces informal administrative practices with defined processes, responsibilities, and appeal mechanism. Together, these changes create greater clarity for businesses, greater consistency for administration, and greater transparency for the public. Beyond modernization, the proposed bylaw also delivers tangible benefits to businesses, residents, and the city. Low-risk businesses will face fewer barriers through fee incentives, no-impact home business licenses, and multi-year licensing options. Higher-risk businesses will be subject to more appropriate oversight through enhanced compliance measures and enforcement tools. The proposed framework also better aligns licensing with development permits, occupancy approvals, safety code requirements, therefore creating a more coordinated customer experience. The result is a licensing framework that supports business success while protecting public interest. In closing, this bylaw reflects what we heard from stakeholders, addresses every gap identified by the committee, and provides a clear path forward for business licensing in Chestermere. The current bylaw was developed for the business environment in 2016. The proposed bylaw is designed for the realities of 2026 and beyond. Simply put, it makes it easier to do business, strengthens accountability where needed, and better positions the city for future growth. With all of that said, administration therefore recommends that the Governance and Priorities Committee receive the draft business license bylaw update report for information and provide feedback, if any, to administration on the draft business license bylaw. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I would say first off, I want to say thank you to administration for their work on this. I did take the opportunity to go and obviously read this bylaw in preparation for today, but also to read the previous bylaw. And I don't even know if you can compare the two, to be honest with you. It's much more comprehensive and certainly addresses the gaps that were identified when this was presented to this council a number of months ago. Before I have a couple of questions, but before that, just looking to council to see if you have any questions or comments with regards to this particular bylaw. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome.
One of the things I really love about this is that one of the gaps that was identified by a community member about a little girl who wanted to run a little business, and she sent an email in, or her mom sent an email in asking how to get a business permit and do it the right way, and hey, that's a gap. And I think it demonstrates how important residents' perspectives are in policymaking. So I love that. Thank you for including it. My biggest question is really around, I think this would be section 9.6, but also I made a note 17.1 and 2. I think there's a couple different places, but this idea of an inspector or bylaw, peace officer being able to go into a business, if that business is a home, for example, if you're a consultant working from home, it's just your home. Are we legally allowed to do that? Are we allowed to say that we can enter people's residences just because they hold or don't hold a business license?
So through the enforcement process, there are certain powers of inspectors when entering premises. Typically, it would require the approval of the homeowner, and through our process, we typically send them an infraction notice to start with. Of course, first we contact them verbally, send them an infraction notice requesting access to the property. Otherwise, we would try to investigate from the public realm, observing traffic, increasing garbage, depending on what the complaint is. But the power would be essentially vested through the MGA of in terms of accessing the property. There would be certain instances, but it would be the extreme where we would actually get an injunction order if there was no means of us addressing the contravention from the public realm, and we need to gain access to the property.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm understanding that it probably would never get to that point. I do really question the legality of saying we have a right to go into your home just because we suspect that you should have a business license.
No, we wouldn't automatically have that power. So if there was any rewording that needs to be made here, I would believe that would be under either the inspection section, maybe 17. Yeah, so I did note some items here on my copy. So inspectors may conduct inspections and enter land or premise where authorized by legislation for the purpose of determining compliance with the bylaw. So if there's any amendments, I would change section 17.2 to maybe say, change to may enter onto lands or premises in accordance with the Municipal Government Act and other applicable legislation.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Schindler.
Yeah, again, through the chair, through administration to you, Chairman. I have two questions. I'm looking through the regulated business types, and I don't see a mention of payday loan companies being a regulated business. We do have pawn brokers and those types of loans in there, but I don't see any reference to payday loan companies.
That is accurate. That wasn't one that we have reviewed as part of the regulated businesses as of yet. I'd say maybe based on just lack of identified demand for such of a business in Chestermere as of the moment, that wasn't contemplated. But if you feel we can add it, we can add it.
Very much like to add that. And then along those lines, I'm not, forgive me if it is there, if you know it if you see it there and I'm missing it, buffer zones or distances between businesses of like similar likes, like cannabis companies or liquor stores or things like that.
So for the cannabis distance requirements, that's already regulated under the provincial regulations as well as the land use bylaw.
Right.
So in terms of buffer zones, other than the regulated businesses that are contentious, that is not included in the business license bylaw, essentially because businesses have their own strategies of marketing their businesses and getting people to support their businesses. So the city cannot regulate that, but Mr. Director might be able to add more.
Director Chanio?
Thank you. Through the chair to Deputy Mayor Schindler. Cannabis retail stores are a subject of land use. They're not a subject of business licensing. Business licensing bylaw regulates commercial businesses, but where does the business occur is a subject, again, of land use. And so it will be covered in the land use bylaw and not the business licensing bylaw.
Okay.
So if we wanted to look at that though, because that is a concern we've heard from our community, right? So liquor stores comes to mind. We have a liquor store that's there, it's established, it's been operating for years, and then one moves in directly across the street. Is there provisions within Municipal Government Act and or any other legislation that either hinders a council ability to stop that and or allows for a council to be able to put that in? Director Cherniak.
Through the chair, council has the ability to regulate uses through the land use bylaws. If council wanted, we can create regulations surrounding the distance between two liquor stores or two cannabis retail stores. That's always possible. A lot of municipalities do it. But that gets dealt through the land use bylaw.
Okay.
It's not a subject of business licensing bylaw. If council wanted to do something like that, there are always options.
I think we'd at least like to see that come back for debate.
Absolutely.
So it's at some point in the fall. I think that would be an item to bring back for debate under land use bylaw. Like however that needs to happen, I think at least coming back for debate would be appreciated. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. A comment on that through you. That was one of the items that I brought up that I was hoping would be addressed in the studies that we approved for economic development. So I'm hoping it will be coming back because I brought up a series of things and that was one of them of, is that a good idea to even explore?
Director Chanio?
Through the chair to Councillor Sandbo, the studies are already underway. We're looking at that. I don't specifically think we've directed our consultants to look at those specific two items. There are other bigger items, I guess. But if council or GAP wants us to sort of bring back a presentation on the current regulations for liquor stores and cannabis stores, we can absolutely bring it back. The committee can have a debate on it and can direct administration if you want to change rules surrounding any of those sensitive uses.
I don't think this is specific to liquor stores, cannabis stores. I think it's specific to like-minded businesses. Then we could have or like style businesses, then have a greater conversation that maybe we want to narrow down even more from that. But I think it'd start broader and then come down to the smaller, I think has been the desire of council. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair to Mr. Edney and our presenter. I guess I'll start where Councillor or Deputy Mayor Schindler left off, and that is 12.6.3. And this is high-risk businesses. So what is the definition of high risk? Three.
Good question. Thank you. I would say the high-risk businesses would be the ones that are already listed under the regulated business section, under the business classes.
And that's okay, because you kind of went where I was going to go with it, is I would prefer to see them listed. If there's only a few of them, why not list them? Why make it vague and have someone apply and then go, actually, you're high risk, and then have to go back and forth. So in my opinion, I think that'd be better to either at least define it. But in my opinion, I think we should actually name them.
And you mean style, correct?
Sorry?
You mean style of business, not a particular business. You
Yes.
mean style, kind.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, exactly. Not specific operator.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Am I good to continue? Oh, I apologize, Councillor Grant. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. So if we could add that, that'd be fantastic. I guess I'll go back to my the item that I had as first, which was definitions, and it's the licensing authority. I guess my only question here is, shouldn't this really say the CAO? I mean, not that the director of the community growth and infrastructure doesn't have authority or anything, but we have the CAO bylaw, all these things. All of our other bylaws designate the CAO. So in my opinion, I would prefer to see it CAO, and then it could be his designate, which would then likely be the director of community growth and infrastructure. I'm just wondering if there's a reason that you went that way.
Yes, there is a reason. The CAO is given the power to be the appellate authority for this particular bylaw. So if it was the CAO as the approving authority, then we would have to establish a board as the appellate authority. So the CAO will be the only one with the power to hear appeals and to decide on appeals.
Okay, fantastic. So then my next question would be 4.1.25, the inspector.
Sorry, Councillor Grant, 1 second. Mr. Eddy?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Just to Councillor Grant's comments there, I do understand what Shaman was saying, but I do think we will take a look at this. And I would suspect we name it something like the director the CAO designates. I don't like naming it Director of Community and Growth Infrastructure, because if I change such as title tomorrow, we have to bring this bylaw back.
Yeah.
So to your point, we'll make it a little more open,
okay,
if that makes sense.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Grant, just before moving on, anybody else from admin with a comment specific to what Councillor Grant's already asked? Because Director Chandler, I saw your mic is on, but you're good? You're good? Okay, thank you. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. On to 4.1.25. Again, this is me just being concise about language, the end of the statement, or any other person authorized by the CAO for that purpose. I would hope that it would at least say maybe an employee, a city employee, instead of any other persons. And I understand we're trying to be broad, but I would hope that we're not going to send someone that's not employed here to go check on this.
We do have contractors, though. Okay. Okay.
All good. Maybe I'll stop now and give other people an opportunity and see where they go.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Dean.
Thank you. Councillor Worzanowski.
Thank you. I know the other people online. I just wanted to comment on Councillor Grant's about employees through the chair to you, Shaman. We do have contractors that act as our agents, so let's just make sure if we do have registered agents or contractors that's covered in the bylaw. I think, would that be acceptable, you think? Absolutely. Thank you.
Councillor Odawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Edney, to the presenter. So another thing I just need to discuss is here, because it's brought up from some of the residents and some is a business owner, because we know some of the business is running from the house, and not everyone have the license. Some they do have, and specific is from the residents group is brought up to me a few days ago, and I mentioned to them the bylaw is coming, especially the food business is running from the house and not having a licensing and stuff. So that is the concern. I think we need to look that one in a deep as well. And the other thing is, for other businesses which one we have in our community, and their concern is when more house businesses competitor is opening into the house is less cost, it's hard time for them to surviving. And two of the business I don't want to mention the name, but the education sector they brought up, there is a few, not a few, is a quite a bit kids teaching is open in a house without license and their business is going down, it's hard for them to afford the rent and overhead cost. I think we need to look into that one as well. And we have a business in Calgary. Calgary is very strict rule around those when especially the kids sector comes, and they take action. And the other, the very easy for the Calgary is renew license online. I just need to look at that sector as well. Or if any residents want to search, is this, if somebody will say, yeah, they are licensed, they can search through the website. Calgary website is very easy to search, put their name. It will show that business is registered since when and how long and where exactly is operating. I think that will be helpful for the residents as well and for other businesses too. Yeah, this is my suggestion. If administration can work around that, I'd be really appreciate for that.
Yeah, just a couple comments on that. Number one, if residents have any concerns that a business is operating without a business license, at home or otherwise, the proper channel to utilize for that is the Report It application that is online, because it will go to the proper authorities. So if you have a concern that a business is operating in Chestermere without a business license, please report it. Don't just assume that we know. And again, I'm going to keep saying this every day as long as I can. We don't check Facebook. So if you reported it on Facebook, we don't know about it. So if you have a concern that a business is operating without a business license, then I would encourage you to check there. I would also say that within the gaps that were identified, we also looked at the idea of how we are doing enforcement and realizing that we could do a better job furthering with enforcement, which is part of the whole reason why this has been brought back. So, Councillor Rondell, I absolutely share and have heard sharing your concern, and I've heard the same concerns. And again, we just I believe that the city as a whole, council and administration, we could do a continued job of encouraging people to utilize Report It, because we cannot enforce what we don't know about. Okay. I had a quick question that I don't know if is related to this bylaw. So it might be bylaw adjacent, because I don't know if this fits anywhere in this bylaw or if it fits in the fee schedule, but I just want to put it on our radar. So I apologize. I am looking for some clarity on that. One of the ideas that we've been discussing is further to our conversations about empowering our Chamber of Commerce, because we've been looking for ways to empower our Chamber of Commerce, work with our Chamber of Commerce, and further support our Chamber of Commerce. An idea that has continued to been talked about, and this goes back to even when I was president for the Chamber of Commerce, was the idea of could we have some sort of a fee structure where if you are a member of the Chamber of Commerce, you get a discount of some kind within your business license. Would that be a part of our fee structure, or is that part of bylaw, and how could we go about accomplishing that? I see a bunch of coming at me. So we'll start with Shaman, or do you want Shaman? Yes. Okay.
I would say a bit of both.
Okay.
However, I would caution under the grounds of giving favor to a particular agency or organization in this case. With that, though, I've heard that as well, as they had a loud voice in the engagement sessions that we've had. And there is a section in this bylaw, I believe it's under fee waivers, where we can give incentives through a policy that's outside of this bylaw. That way, that policy can be enhanced over time without going through council and just through the administrative portion.
Okay. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Dean. Through you to council, just to add on to Shaman's comments, I would suggest that something like that is not part of the bylaw, but would be a separate policy, related strictly to business chamber membership or something like that. And then that way that can easily be changed or modified without having to do a whole new change to the bylaw.
So how do we get that policy developed that's bylaw adjacent?
That's something we could work on. I would suggest it's part of the schedule of fees discussion, because of course that's now revenue that would normally come to the city that is no longer coming to the city. So that would be a council budgetary discussion to consider.
Absolutely, and that's why I want to know, like, what's the delta on that? How does that work? Like, obviously, what I'm talking about is going to open up a whole other set of questions. That's why, again, I'm coming back to, I didn't know where that sits, so it sounds like it wouldn't be part of this bylaw. So when this comes back for first, second, and third reading, I'll leave that alone. However, would like to see this come back for at least debate and discussion, whether it fit through policy or the fee schedule, so that we could have that conversation. What does that mean, and what is that delta? Because absolutely it's going to have a impact on our budget, but what's the real delta on that if we were to offer X dollar discount on this for that reason? Like, what's the actual delta on a $62 million budget? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
Through the chair, through administration or to administration, the 10.1.11, no vehicle for hire or drivers shall pick up, accept, arrange, or dispatch passengers from a location within the city without a business license. Does that business license have to be held by the driver, or does that have to be held by the rideshare organization?
That's a good question. We've done research, and it would have to be under the drive-share organization. So if I was a driver for Uber, then Uber would have to have a business license.
And so with that, I'm curious if this will then inhibit our residents from getting access to these services, or how we would even enforce that. It seems confusing to me. How does that work?
Enforcement in this case would be tricky. This is a modern business type that we are seeing nowadays that I think would entail more research in terms of enforcement. Having to include this in this bylaw would at least capture that they do need a business license. At that point in time, we would have to coordinate with the rideshare company. And I know it would be similar to like short-term rentals, for example, that's through Airbnb or websites. These are quite similar. In this case, I know that a lot of municipalities actually coordinate or collaborate with these parent companies to let them know that we have this municipal regulation, and if you can assist us in regulating these businesses within our municipality. That's the way to approach it to start off, because we can't really track Uber drivers that would be doing business or picking up people in Chestermere.
Okay, thank you. Director Chaniok?
Through the chair to Deputy Mayor Schindler, typically municipalities would have a vehicle for hire bylaw that regulates any of these taxi businesses. We don't have that, and therefore we've sort of put it in the business licensing bylaw, so we have some regulation surrounding it. When we get to a point where we have a dedicated vehicle for hire bylaw, at that point we can sort of remove it from the business licensing bylaw and deal with it in that bylaw.
Yeah, I think overall the desire would be, we want to see this happening in our community because there's so many people that rely on it. And right, like there's
Absolutely.
people who absolutely use rideshare services to get between Chestermere and Calgary.
Absolutely. And to Mayor Dean and Deputy Mayor Schindler, the intention of the bylaw is not to create roadblocks for businesses. The intention of the bylaw is to regulate businesses so we know what's happening where, and we can assist different agencies, companies, in sort of moving businesses forward. It is also important for the city of Chestermere to have a record of where all our businesses are occurring for our economic development perspective, I guess from that lens as well. And so the way this bylaw has been crafted, something that we've specifically kept in mind is we're not being a hindrance. We are enabling things. We're not trying to throw roadblocks in anyone's way.
Thank you, and I appreciate that language because I think that that's language we've heard from council utilized over and over the last while. I think about the motions actually that Shaman has brought forward when it comes to direct control businesses, and council has supported the businesses that are direct control, and I think we've all used that language that we want to be encouraging a business, not wanting to be prohibitive. We don't want to get in the way. I know that there's been some recent SDAB conversations as well that supported some major home businesses that we want to support business growth and development. And so I appreciate that language because I think it absolutely reflects really well the desire of council to not be putting up roadblocks for business in Chestermere. Deputy Mayor Schindler.
Thank you. And again, through the chair to administration, I think I just might have opened a big can of worms in my head, at least. We have a lot of businesses that are based out of Calgary that come here to work, whether it be contractors or ride shares, whatever. They come here to work. They don't get business licenses to operate. So I'm trying to figure out where the regulation kicks in a fair way. So, for example, if the business is based in Chestermere, then they should get a Chestermere business license, but are they forced to then get a Calgary business license if they want to operate in Calgary? And I assume that comes with a tax component as well. So,
I think this is in the bylaw right now.
Right?
It's already addressed.
In this bylaw.
It's in there.
And I missed it.
Yeah, it's in there.
Okay. But I'm wondering if this vehicle rideshare thing is also this in there separate? Like this is separate to that?
Director
Or should this just be looped in with the other part of that bylaw?
Director Cheniak?
Through the chair to Councillor Schindler, thank you for asking that question. At least it provides us an opportunity to clarify a few things. I'd like Shaman, and should probably talk about it a little bit, on out of city business licenses, and then the provision that we have created where if someone has a business license in a different city, how we are going to accommodate that. Shaman could probably talk about it.
Yes. So I'll start with the first point where Calgary businesses that operate in Chestermere might not have a business license. So currently, the trigger to that is when they apply for permits. When they apply for electrical, plumbing, gas permits, these are contractors or subtrades from Calgary. They come in and do the work in Chestermere. If we see that they do not have a business license, then we ask them to apply for a business license before processing their permit. So that addresses that. We've also received feedback from the community about reciprocity for businesses that have business licenses in Calgary if we can offer a discounted rate, and that has been incorporated in the fee schedule.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. Any other Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. To that whole conversation, a comment through you, I don't think it makes sense to require a a license for that. Because, for example, in here I'm noticing that it says vehicle for hire, which would exclude like a skip the dishes or something. So what's the difference between an Uber or skip the dishes? And I know if I'm making safe choices, if I want to go to a show in Calgary, I might pick up an Uber. And now if I know that that's probably technically illegal, that might influence my decisions. Right? I'm just not sure about what value is gained from that if there's no legal way for those operators to actually comply.
What's actually interesting that you're pointing that out, because a part of the exemption here is that if you're bringing somebody in to Chestermere from Calgary, you're exempt. But if you're picking up someone from Chestermere to take into Calgary, you would have to you're required a business license. So we may consider reviewing that. Currently, this is what we have on our current bylaw. It's not called vehicle for hire. It's actually called livery vehicle, if I pronounce that right. Livery.
Could we just not reach out to these businesses and get them to get it's so small a fee for the amount that they do. So because we're going to be between now and first reading, I don't want to. I think we have brought this up I think it's been highlighted. I have seen that concern. This bylaw is not getting passed today. So everybody who's riding an Uber today, you can continue to ride your Ubers today. But I do think that this is something that needs to be addressed before we come back for first reading. To be fair, I just don't want to belabor this point and then have to have this whole conversation again at first, second, and third reading. So if we could just look into that, and I would encourage us just to see how this is working in Airdrie, Okotoks, and Cochrane, because I'm sure that they're experiencing the exact same thing that we are. Councillor Grant and then Director Chaniok.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I wanted to expand a little bit more on Deputy Mayor Schindler's comments about the out-of-town businesses. And so I have a business. I buy business licenses in all the municipalities around Southern Alberta. And there's no reciprocity in any other municipality that I'm aware of. I'm just saying that just as a matter of fact, so we understand. My second comment would be you listed 4 trades for the out-of-town businesses coming in. My question is, what are we doing to address the framers, the drywallers, the mudders, all these other companies that are probably out of Calgary that are coming to Chestermere every day to do business and do all these houses, and they don't have licenses? Are we looking to capture them within that?
Because currently our trigger would be if they apply for a permit. So if it's something that does not require a permit, it would be instigated through a complaint or through an enforcement mechanism.
Sure. So some other municipalities, what they do is they require that the builder who is applying for a permit list all their trades and their permit numbers, to make sure that everybody is licensed properly and everybody's playing on a level playing field. So I just wanted to add that in. Thank you.
Director Chaniok.
Through the chair, I just want to go back on the comment of vehicle for hire. I just wanted to say let's allow some time to sort of look into it. We'll take it back and then we'll do a background research in terms of comparing with other municipalities, and we'll come back with a proposal that council is more amenable to.
Thank you. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Dean. This is back to Councillor Grant's comment. Kind of a general, broad comment from administration's perspective. Yes, we'll start enforcing once we have a bylaw in place that gives us the tools. To your point, right now, we haven't had a great bylaw and we haven't had staff bandwidth to deal with these things. As we're building both of those up, I agree with you. There's nothing that would stop an inspector from stopping by a building site and asking everybody on site to show their business license. We're not quite there yet, but I think to your point, we shouldn't selectively pick 1 or 2 trades. Let's either do everybody or nobody. That's of course a policy thing, but I think it's written that we can enforce once we get some of that bandwidth on everybody.
Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mr. Edney. Yes, that was largely my point, is that we should treat all businesses that are largely doing the same services as the same thing, and not identify certain ones because they are more regulatable. I'm not sure what the proper word is there. But I agree. I don't necessarily want an inspector to come by and be like, show me your license at every job. That's not practical. But I think the methodology that I mentioned about having the builders list the trades that they're using is probably the easiest way to capture that.
I can't even marry GPT you out of that one. Sorry, buddy. You're on your own. The only comment in line with this as well is that before this comes back for first reading, I'd like to just have a final. I'd like to have another look at. Let's just ensure that things that are in here. That we're not having to duplicate what already exists within provincial legislation. I see lots of wording in here, for example, when it comes to cannabis stores. And so I would just like to just have a review of that. No other comment on this at this time is needed from me, from administration. I just want to make sure that we have a look at that, just to make sure that I'm confident that everything is on side. Let's just not duplicate if we don't have to. Let's just put what we need to, and then let the province worry about what the province needs to worry about, and then what we need to do at the municipal level with something I would be encouraging on the cannabis side of things with this bylaw. Okay, with that, I believe right now then we're going to be accepting for information, but there was a lot of comments and I noticed that lots of notes were being taken by administration. Do we want to have the motion just say to accept for information, or do we want to have any comment in the motion with regards to the fact? So I'm thinking, for example, the Governance Priorities Committee accept the draft business bylaw update for information, and administration consider the points, the discussion points brought up during the July 21st Governance and Priorities Committee meeting for consideration before first reading. Does that work? I just think it's important to capture all of these comments, because that way, for me, as elected official, it just gives me that confidence that it's in the motion, then we could see it. I know that it's something we've talked about before, council, where I know that councillors have had a concern. I feel like I said that, and then it didn't get captured when we brought that thing back. I just feel like for you on council that have brought forward those concerns to me as mayor, I think that that captures that, then it's there. So it's just more specific in the motion. So if we're okay with that, I'm seeing a lot of nods from administration that they're okay with that. I think it just brings that further clarity. So can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee accept the draft business license bylaw updated report for information, and administration consider the discussion point brought up during the July 21st, 2026 Governments and Priority Committee meeting for consideration before first reading.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much.
Okay. We'll do one more before taking our afternoon break here. Community Support Services, regional. Oh my goodness, that word is not regional. Let's try that again. Community Support Services, Rocky View Regional Handibus update, presented by Ms. Ruby Barr, Manager of Community Support Services. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So I'm here in response to a motion that Council had made back in January. So administration worked with Rocky View Regional Handibus to compile information on its specialized transit service in Chestermere, covering service levels, budget requests, possible impacts from the transit feasibility study, advocacy opportunities, and the future of the service in Chestermere. The summary attached addresses each element, and the attached review provides the full analysis. So Rocky View Bus, just as a summary, is a charitable nonprofit that has provided wheelchair accessible door-to-door transportation to Chestermere residents, funded through a regional per capita cost sharing model. The review finds that the current service does not fully meet local mobility needs, and that this gap will widen as Chestermere grows, while specialized transit remains essential but financially constrained. So just to go over some of the sections quickly, service levels, the service runs Monday to Friday from 7:30 to 4:30, and it can be booked by phone 3 days in advance, although they are pretty flexible with that. The service costs about $4 per 10 kilometers for the customer. In 2025, it delivered 4,034 trips for 242 Chestermere residents, driven mainly by medical and vocational needs. It suits medical, essential, and basic need trips, but is not really designed for commuting, employment, or time-sensitive travel. Budget request. So under the per capita model, the rates of $1,270 for 2026 was identified, $1,370 for 2027, and $1,470 for 2028. And this was given to us through Rocky View Bus. We did not determine this ourselves. In 2025, the cost of serving Chestermere residents exceeded the city's contribution and fares by roughly $67,900. The transit feasibility study impacts. So a future local transit system could reduce some reliance on this specialized transit through integration, coordinated dispatch, and shared eligibility, but it would not fully replace it, especially for those who are traveling in and out of Chestermere. Finally, the advocacy piece. So key avenues include provincial funding for specialized transit, for which Rocky View Handibus is not currently eligible. regional collaboration with Calgary Transit and neighboring municipalities, and advocacy through Alberta municipalities. And the service moving forward, so specialized transit will remain essential for seniors and residents with disabilities. Demand is expected to grow with population and provincial assured income for the severely handicapped, so AISH, to the Alberta Disability Assistance Program, or ADAP transition, with some trips shifting to local transit over time as options expand. So today, administration is looking for the Governance and Priorities Committee to accept the Rocky View Regional Handibus update for information. And I'm open to any questions.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, thank you for the report. I enjoyed reading this. So you mentioned what motion you're looking for. I also see next steps and future considerations. Are there any motions or activities you need from council for these, or is this part of the regular administrative process?
I think a bit of both. So I know at the same time, the transit feasibility study had just been presented to council. Obviously, options were explored there as well, and CGI is moving forward with that endeavor. And Director Chandiok, feel free to jump in whenever. But I do feel like those recommendations are primarily for council to consider with whatever happens with transit in Chestermere, just as something to consider in terms of the fact that local transit will probably not be the same service that Rocky View Handibus delivers. For example, I don't believe we're going to be having something that takes someone from Chestermere all the way to Didsbury, for example. That's what Rocky View Handibus usually does. So the service could be mitigated a little bit, but not entirely.
So I will say I feel stuck because I think part of it is we've been asking a lot of questions when it comes to transit right now. And originally when we were looking at this, and I think originally when we were looking at the timing of this report coming back to council, it's because we were hopeful that everything was, and by we, I don't mean council, I mean all of us, council and administration. I think we were hopeful that we were going to have more answers in July to start to set a course for what it looked like moving into the fall. We learned in June that we were not going to be ready for July through the fault of nobody. Just that's how it works in government and in any business. Sometimes there's a delay on something, whereas now that report that was supposed to be coming in July is now looking at coming back in September as we're looking at partnerships, the whole thing, whether we're doing our own, whether we're expanding, whether we're looking at Calgary, whether we're whatever the case may be, and then this would be a part of that conversation. So for me, I feel like the appropriate thing for us to do with this report today is to simply accept for information and then wait until our next report comes back in September, simply because I feel like in the absence of that information, I don't think we can make any others right now. I also feel like we've made a budget commitment for 2026, so we're in. We're doing this thing for 2026. This could then be a part of the budget conversation for 2027. And we're just going to have more information in September that we were hoping to have for July. So I just feel like this report's great. Yay, great information. But I don't feel like we can do anything with it until the next report comes in September. Director Chandiok.
To the chair. I think you're absolutely correct. We're hoping to present something to council or GAP in July. Again, because of no fault of anybody's, just the process. We are now expecting to bring that information back to council in September-ish, at which point I guess council will have better ideas surrounding which route do they want to take. This information as it is presented perhaps will feed into the conversation that council may have in September, and how do you manage transit in the city of Chestermere, and perhaps will then inform budget conversations for 2027. So you're absolutely right. While this is GAP's prerogative as to what to do with this information, whatever you said there was 100% accurate.
Yeah, and I feel like I wonder, Mr. Chandiok, because your team is preparing for that meeting in September, could even this be included as a supplementary report, so whether it comes September or October, whatever the case may be, whenever your team comes next to present, could we just have this included in that agenda package as a supplementary report for consideration?
Through the chair to the chair, absolutely, yes. We will build this information into our report.
Okay.
We'll also add this report as a supplement to our report, just so council gets the fulsome information at the time of sort of making that decision.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Edney, to Ms. Ruby Brad. I have a question in the report is $4 per 10 kilometer they are charging, right? And I think the residents might be paying more because the Peter Lougheed Hospital, if we calculate even from here, is 12 kilometer. So it means they are paying $8, or how this thing calculate? I just want to understand that.
Sorry, Ms. Brart.
Through the chair to Councilor Randava, I think it's prorated then, based on how many kilometers or how long the trip is. Rocky View Bus does that all internally, so we don't actually have access to how they're calculating that, but they do it on a prorated basis.
Okay, so sorry, Ms. Brar, I'm not sure we're able to do much with this right now. So thank you for the information, but I do, like I said, I think it's going to be part of the more holistic picture as we're moving forward.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. With that then, can I have the motion, please, to accept for information? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee accept the Rocky View Regional Handibus update for information.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. With that, we'll take our afternoon break and we will come back at 2:10. Thanks, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back from our afternoon break and working our way through our final items that we have here on our agenda package. So going to item 9.5.1, which is the Chestermere Regional Community Association, CRCA, data capture presentation. This is being presented this afternoon now by Mr. Mike Fluker. Good afternoon.
Through the chair to the mayor and council, good afternoon. I am Mike Fluker, the Director of Community Operations and Public Safety. And I bring to you this afternoon for information purposes the Community Association Facility Utilization Data Report. I'll deliver the report in full, and at the end, if you have any questions, please ask. By way of background, the city is completing a recreation master plan and is planning a new recreation center. Decisions on the size, program mix, funding, and phasing of that facility and future recreation needs depends on an accurate understanding of how existing recreation facilities are used today, by how many people and where those people come from. The Chestermere Regional Community Association, the CRCA, is the city's primary source for that information. Following the committee's direction, administration engaged the CRCA to review its current data and identify how reporting can be improved. The CRCA has confirmed its willingness to collaborate and has provided an initial assessment. And that assessment shows that the data available today, while useful, does not yet give a complete picture of the demand. So the current state of the utilization data is simply this. The CRCA supports more than 140 user groups. It operates under two pricing models, member and non-member, which means participants can and regularly do use the facility without holding a CRCA membership. As a result, the CRCA's membership database captures only a portion of total facility users. Any analysis drawn from membership records alone will understate the actual usage, in some cases significantly. So for example, one large soccer organization, the CUFC, does not require a CRCA membership for many of its participants, as most use the outdoor fields only. This alone could represent 100 or more Chestermere youth who use CRCA facilities but do not appear in the membership records. Another example would be some organizations purchase a single group membership rather than individual memberships because attendance varies from event to event. In one case, weekly attendance ranges from roughly 50 to 200 participants, none of whom are individually reflected in the data. And the third example is the Whitecappers with approximately 250 participants. They maintain their own membership structure to support their programming and largely do not hold CRCA memberships. So the central finding is structural rather than administrative. The current membership model was designed to manage access and fees, not to measure total participation. Because whole categories of users fall outside it by design, membership data cannot serve as a complete measure of facility utilization on its own. So the two roles here are this. The CRCA can provide the membership and user data it currently holds, including an origin breakdown for captured users. It can coordinate with its major user groups to gather participation estimates and review its registration and booking practices to improve capture over time. So this is what they possibly could do. From a city point of view, we can define the specific information it needs, so the effort is targeted rather than open-ended, provide a standard template. And where practical, data collection tools formalize reporting expectations through the city's existing relationship with the CRCA and align this request with other planning work. So the CRCA receives a single coordinated ask from us. So capacity and timing in conversations with the CRCA manager, he has advised that they are short-staffed and entering their busiest months over the summer to compile the verified data across more than 140 user groups, he says, is achievable, but takes time and cannot be completed in a single cycle. A phased approach delivers useful information and time for early planning, while the fuller pictures developed in projects and protects the working capacity of a community partner. So the path forward is this: the city and CRCA will continue to work together to build a more complete picture of facility use in 2 stages that reflect what each requires. Get the next page, please. So in the near term, any utilization summary can be, an initial utilization summary can be compiled from the data the CRCA already holds. Once the city and the CRCA confirm priority metrics and a common reporting template is developed, we will have a clearer understanding of what that membership looks like and where everybody comes from. And to that end, I've been in touch with the CRCA. We expect to convene sometime in September, and we will work actively with them to let them know what our needs are and to see exactly what it is they can provide to us. We will have a better picture. It's not going to be a complete picture, at least not yet. So over time, improved capture is piloted with several of the larger user groups. This is what we need to do to validate the estimates in this report and test what is practical before wider use of the data, building toward a regular reporting rhythm. So this is ongoing work. The implications are simply this: financially, there is no cost for us to receive the data at the moment that the CRCA provides. Should the city choose to support improved data system tools or additional CRCA capacity, those costs would have to be identified and brought forward separately for consideration. So basically what we're saying is it's likely that if we want improved data capture, we're probably going to have to be a financial partner with CRCA in some capacity. You know, what that kind of looks like is them establishing a check-in counter so that they can actually record everybody coming in, where they're from, those kinds of things, and probably a more robust database, I guess, if you will, some kind of user system. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I will take any questions you have and try and give you a good answer.
Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Chairman. Through yourself, through Kent, and to you, Mr. Fluker, just maybe an easy one. Instead of a check-in counter, we know that facility, it's not really conducive to having a check-in counter, unless you put a gate in the parking lot or something like that. Have you looked at some other municipalities, how they use like digital logging through their phones? And I know Grand Prairie has a similar thing in their economic development and maybe in their recreation. The YMCA has something similar in the city of Calgary and other places. So we can data capture, understanding that, we may have to establish a more financial relationship with the CRCA, but is that available to us?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Warzanowski. I believe it will be. It's premature for me to try and answer that yet. I would like to be able to sit with the CRCA management.
Fair enough.
To determine what information they have, what their goals might be, and to see if we align, and then I think I can bring a clearer picture to you as to what's available out there and what we might implement.
How it would work, yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Mr. Edney, to Mr. Fluker. Because in the report is saying 140 user groups. So each group, how many members do they have that data? Because each group have different, like some smaller, some bigger. So how many members are there?
Through the chair to Councillor Randell, I can't answer that at this particular time. If you ask me that question again in September, I'd be able to answer it more accurately. It would be only a guess at this particular time.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Edney and on. Thank you for the presentation. I sure appreciate it. I was hoping we'd have a little bit more data for this report, and the reason is the timeline around intermunicipal committee and the framework, and I'm missing another eye chart, something or other. But the data we capture is going to influence conversations with our neighbors about how we contribute to recreation across municipal borders. So the question that I have is Intergov in on this data capture project? And is there a way to integrate in that person to make sure that anything that is happening can align with the IMC timeline for these conversations?
Through the chair to Councillor Sambo, would you mind just repeating the first part of that? Are we in alignment with who, or you asked who else was involved?
Councillor Sambo.
Sorry, thank you. I said a whole bunch of different things that are outside of your portfolio, so don't feel bad about that. My real question is, this has an intergovernmental implication.
Yes.
That's the main reason that we need to capture this data, honestly. So I'm just wondering if Intergov has been pulled into this conversation, or could that role be pulled into it? Because as this is developing, we have a very specific timeline to build out the structure of this intergovernmental conversation around recreation and funding.
Thank you. So in that light, is that an issue that I could speak to you about outside of this presentation?
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. To Councillor Sambo's question, so I think the rub here is it's just we haven't been able to get the data, right? There's lots of talk about making it work and how do we do it. Unfortunately, all that data sits in a third party's hands, not our own. So they have some ability to give us some data. We just haven't been able to get it yet at this point. I do have a meeting with Mike, the operations manager over there, first week of August to tour and talk about these type of things. I don't necessarily think bringing Intergov directly into this is there yet at this point, because I think we just have to get around how do we capture the data first. But it's on my radar of things for that role to look at as we progress through trying to get some firm numbers.
I'm feeling a certain kind of way about this report. And I want to clarify that my statement on that does not, I'm not looking for blame necessarily. In some ways, I am concerned that I feel like our administration's a bit of an awkward spot right now. I can't imagine going back to my old role and asking administration of the city of Chestermere to present on data of the usage of the facility for which I used to run. Because that actually used to happen all the time. This is a normal part of the process, right? So in my previous role, the city would ask me for data, and I would come and present the data, and I would say, what data are you looking for? And then I would do that, and administration's presenting on that, because I have all kinds of questions. For example, why are there 100 people that get to use the outdoor soccer fields without having to have a membership? Because who cares? If it's outside, they're still using the facility. Or are we then willing to admit that the outside is not part of the facility? Great, because that's going to open up a whole other slew of conversations that this council has been wrestling with. Mr. Fluker, I expect no response on this, so you're off the hook. You're off the hook. Number two, to what Councillor Sambo is getting at is one of a significant gap that I see in this presentation is one of the reasons that we asked for this data is we are trying to approach other municipalities for funding for recreation in our community. As an example, we have a strong awareness of how it works currently in the town of Cochrane, with the town of Cochrane, their recreation facility, and Rocky View County. And we know that Rocky View County provides funding proportional to its usage of that facility. And I understand that there is some feelings of, well, we don't know how to collect this data. Well, I do, because I ref in one. I'm going to be at that facility tonight, reffing 2 hockey games on behalf of an outside organization that is coming. I know as the ref how many players are there because I can just pull it up on the website. I also know that those guys provide a check to the CRCA every week. Why can't the CRCA just send an email and say, how many games did you book this week and where are your players from? Because I promise you, that organization knows where all the players are from and where the referees are from. And again, a part of why we're asking this comes back to funding recreation in our community, because we know that other municipalities that are around us are aware that under ICFs and under the IDPs, there is a bit of an obligation to pay for recreation. And those municipalities are actually more than happy to contribute to recreation in our community. However, to be fair to them, council, if we were being asked to contribute to something outside of our municipality that our municipality was using, we would want what? How many Chestermere residents are using that? And then we would go, okay, then possibly we could look at paying our proportional share of that basic. So that is a big gap that, in my opinion, is missing in this. And I want to be really clear to administration, because I understand that when the mayor is speaking like this, admin can feel that I'm directing this towards admin. Admin, I'm not directing this towards you at all. There's a gap here that we're trying to fill, and it's just frustrating right now as a council. Sorry, I should not have had the camera on Mr. Fluker the entire time I was saying this. It's frustrating that we just can't get that information when there are members of this council that know how to get that in rather short order, and we are the only municipality that seems to be struggling with this, because everybody else with buildings of multiple points of entry are able to figure this out. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Appreciate everything you're saying, and this may sound like I'm talking in a little bit of defense, but my observation is the challenge in Chestermere is this is a complete structural change from how we've ever operated, right? Any of those other places you're talking about, they tie funding, they tie support to these type of numbers. Here, it's been ad hoc, right? We just kind of throw something in the budget. Rocky View every once in a while, when they owned it, threw something in the budget. So I think that's one of the challenges we're facing here right now is to be frank, what's the incentive of the CRCA to cooperate with us, right?
Can I correct your one statement?
Sure.
Rocky View is not ad hoc. Rocky View has a clear policy on how they fund recreation outside of their municipality. And I know this because I used to access that funding for the organization I used to run. And the way that it works is that if you are of a certain size, it's 25%. So if you're able to obtain grant funding and or other funding from your municipality, so in my previous role, I was able to obtain funding from the city of Chestermere, and then I could apply to Rocky View for up to 25% of the funding, because that's how they have a very clear policy on this. When it comes to recreation, it can be matching. So it's not ad hoc. What actually has happened is when the city of Chestermere put forward money, then Rocky View County matched the money that the city of Chestermere put forward. Subsequent to that, they've also, the CRCA, and this is all public knowledge, would apply for grants. And so when they would apply for grants, Rocky View County followed their grant process. So I would say for the city of Chestermere, it's been somewhat ad hoc. But I'm not attacking your statement. I'm just saying that for the other municipalities, it has not been ad hoc. It has been very clearly outlined in their policies how they fund that. Those municipalities have said, just give us the data, and then we'll know how we can help fund recreation in your community. And we're not able to get the data. Sorry, Mr. Edney.
No, that's fine, Mayor Dean. And sorry, maybe I shouldn't have talked about Rocky View County. What I was politely trying to say is Chestermere doesn't have a process. We've been ad hoc. We don't have a policy. We don't have anything. Maybe that's our first step we should look at is implementing some policy that dictates how we do fund this recreation. And that may give some more incentive to actually do this. I know we are working on this. I'm not saying we should get started, but
like a motion for multi-year funding strategy that's been put forward to the Recreation Committee and to the Grant Adjudication Committee.
Yes,
as
correct.
an example.
Yes, correct. I understand your frustration. I just think we're in a weirdly unique situation here that none of those municipalities you mentioned are in the same boat, in that we just don't have that same relationship.
It's fair. It's fair. And I know that I'm being a bit of a unpleasant human right now. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair, I guess this is probably largely a comment to council on, yes, I like information. Information's great. It's always good to have that detail of who exactly is doing what. I guess my question is, once we obtain that information, what does it tell us? Like, say they come back and they have 1,000 residents. Okay, does that equal a certain dollar number that we're going to fund them? What?
No.
Are we funding per person? Like, there's a lot of road here I don't think we've covered yet, and we're kind of, I feel like we're kind of stuck on the participants, which again I feel is important, but I feel like there needs to be the next tie piece of how that actually translates into an appropriate level of funding for recreation.
So these are two separate conversations. The participant numbers will help us with the ICF and the IDP process, so that because under the ICF, recreation is a required part of that. We are then able to go, here is the proportional use, and with that, then a dollar amount comes along with that. So when it comes to outside of our municipality, absolutely, there is a dollars and cents that is absolutely attached to participant use. That's what I'm saying is happening in all of the other municipalities around us, except for us. How we want to do that, that's a different policy, that's a different matter. For the other municipalities, that's absolutely what we're talking about.
But those municipalities are funding them currently.
With grants.
So you're talking
Not
more
funding.
of an operational funding stream.
Whatever language you want to put around it, I don't care.
Okay.
Whether you want to, what I'm saying is that there are granting opportunities that are available through different methodologies, right? And one of the things that Rocky View County does have, and I do want to be a little bit careful as an elected official talking about my colleagues from another municipality. So what I am saying is that Rocky View County does have a grant process that is very clearly articulated and outlined. So do we actually. We have a very clearly outlined grant process that we follow. The only thing that is not clearly outlined right now with us when it comes to funding is the funding of our current rec center. We are the ones that have been ad hoc with this. We're trying to not be, and these numbers will actually help inform us to make better informed decisions. I totally agree with you. Participation is one factor. Needs are another factor. Like, what are your actual needs? Like, what is actually in your reports that you have collected? Just submit that to the city, and then as we go into our budget talks, we can have that conversation. We know about the Green Municipal Fund, for example, that we could go after. We've been advocating at the FCM and at the AB Munis level. That's what I'm getting at with why these numbers are important.
Thank you, Mayor Dean.
Councillor Wojciechowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I sense your frustration. Now, that being said, just observing the conversation here through the chair and to you, Mr. Edney, you make a good point. I know we want to be able to fund recreation within our community, whether it's a boxing club, whether it's a recreation center. And even though we may have a grant bylaw on how we fund, if we don't have something for recreation, then let's create it. Because this may be part of the problem, not just us saying, hey, give us some info. Well, let's make it a bylaw, and let's make sure it's equitable for anything eligible under that bylaw, not just one specific group, is what I would suggest. And that may help us put up the goalposts on what it takes to get money. And by the way, I will speak of my peers in neighboring municipalities. They've been very open with us. At any time you chat with them, bring us a proposal and we'll look at it. But if you give them nothing, they're not going to look at it. So that's probably why it's been ad hoc, because it's been so fragmented in the last 15 years.
Okay. So I think at this point, there's not much else we can do with this report other than accept for information. Because I currently don't see another go forward at the moment right now. Unless a councillor has another idea. We've got some open motions that are existing right now. We do actually have a motion about creating multi-year funding streams that exist both for recreation and for a not-for-profit that already exists. We have beaten the horse to death about wanting a rec policy, but it's hard for us to come up with said policy. We want to be a partner in that. We don't want to come out and dictate to. We want to be a partner with. So yeah, yes, Councillor Wojciechowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, for reminding us that we have some of those motions in place. Do you think they're adequate in covering off a potential bylaw that does cover off funding for the CRCA or a group similar?
Thank you for the sorry.
No, that's it.
Thank you for the question. I think absolutely fair question. I think
We
it's
want to be more specific, I guess.
I think it's yes and in that I think one of the things that we've done really well as a council is we don't want to come out, I just said it, we don't want to come out and dictate to, we would rather cooperate with. So I think that our council and our administration could very easily tomorrow write a rec policy and this is how we're going to fund and that's what we're doing and that's it. We could do that. Sure. It's not the approach that this council has decided to take. We have decided to take an approach of we want to cooperate with and come alongside and do those things. And it's just, we're just still trying to figure out the effective way to do that. Deputy Mayor Schindler.
As we're talking about this, and we want to, I hear what you're saying. We don't want to dictate, and I definitely don't want to dictate. How far along are we to having something on paper? So through the chair to administration, are we waiting for a meeting with interested parties, or do we have something on the papers?
So I can speak to that. We've had correspondence today of a possible confirmed date for September for the CRCA to come and present. I don't necessarily want to say that date publicly right now in case there's a change and that could create a whole other thing. There was correspondence as early as 4 hours ago from the CRCA, and so I think that's going to help inform what we do next.
So and talking about how we fund recreation, and while we don't want to dictate, it might be prudent to put something on paper and give it to them to comment on, as opposed to waiting to have a meeting to coordinate what's going on. And if interested parties don't want to comment on it, then we go ahead with our policy. But we should have something in place, and I think giving them something to comment on might make that conversation a lot easier.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. A question through you to Deputy Mayor. Are you meaning a policy to comment on, or are you meaning a funding for this year to comment on?
Deputy Mayor.
A policy, a go forward stance that we can say, hey, here's something, and what are your thoughts, rather than starting from zero and having that meeting from zero.
So I think all of that is in the works, and I think that we need to give administration some more time to utilize the time in August without having council meetings, and then to revisit this when we come back in September, because we only have one more council meeting between now and our summer break. this is not coming back before then anyway. So I would say that we leave this conversation with administration and then look at bringing this when we come back in September, because we're not solving this today and we're not solving it next week. So I would suggest that we make it a regular part of agenda prep process as to what we can do and then go from there. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree everything, but not only for CRCA specific, the policy should be all other rec facility as well into the community, because it's not just to make it only for one because of the multi-year funding. There is other organization is also providing the rec facility as well to the community. So for those policies should be implemented for all of them.
Yeah, and that's what's included in that previous motion. Deputy Mayor Schindler.
Just to confirm that we don't have any barriers right now for us to go ahead as administration to create a policy that is a good starting point. If we need a barrier or a motion that says, hey, go ahead and do this, then I'm happy to make that motion.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything for us to do at this time, given, like I said, given the fact we only have one more meeting left anyway, and given just where this is sitting, given the other work that's already going on, given the other recreation policies, the other recreation motions that we have, I don't think it'd be prudent at this time to add something else into that ether in the moment, at the moment. Mr. Edney, would you agree with that assessment?
I agree.
Sorry, Mr. Edney, would you agree with that assessment?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so that at this time, I think we're just going to accept for information. Can I have a counselor? Can I have a counselor make the motion to accept for information, please? Sorry, Counselor Grant.
I'm good to make the motion. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I move that the Governance and Priority Committee accept the Chestermere Regional Community Association Facility Utilization Data Report for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried with the majority vote. Okay. With that, we are, so I don't see anything coming out of business rising out of the minutes. I don't see anything for new business. School sites, Mr. Edney, I believe that we have some exciting updates. I know a lot of these have been online already, so, you know, the world of social media has kind of stolen your thunder. But Mr. Edney, some highlights for school site updates.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Through you to the committee, I just have one main update since last time we had a school site update, and that is that the high school has formally received design funding from the province. So this takes it to that next step under the Premier's Accelerated School Program. So that is great news. The high school site is progressing along. Coupled with the other two K-9 projects, it does put us in a position where we should see doors opening on a new school starting in 2027 every year for 3 years right now. So that's good news. I think I updated at the last one that we've also got word that the K-9 in Clearwater Park is the number 2 priority for unfunded schools right now on Rocky View Schools list. So I would keep my fingers crossed and hope that we may see that advance here at some point in the next few years as well. So that's all I had on high school or on school sites. Mayor Dean might have something further to add here.
I do. There was also the contractor has been awarded for the K-9 public school that is in Dawson. So the contractor has now been awarded. So hopefully we'll see shovels going in the ground soon on that one. And we are also currently working on some strong advocacy to work alongside of the province to really bring forward some, this is a really good news item. The last time we saw a school open in Chestermere, I believe, again, was 2014. And right now we are on tap to see a new school open every year for the next 3 years here in the city of Chestermere, possibly with another one to come there soon after, given the fact that the Clearwater project is already on the priority list. So I think it's great to see this coming and look forward to seeing these schools open, as they're going to help to relieve pressure on our schools that we have right now, knowing that they're going to be opening at, or if not, at least close to capacity. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair to administration, I did have a comment or a question about schools, and it's not about building schools. It's actually about the operation of schools, or maybe how we as residents use schools. And what I'm talking about is drop-off lanes. So as schools, the bus zones are being increased more and more every year. It seems like our schools are overcrowded. There's more and more parents dropping off kids at schools, and it's a traffic nightmare at drop-off times. And I really think that a dedicated drop-off lane would really help some of those issues. So I'm wondering, is that in our purview, or is that a Rocky View Schools issue, and how do we address that?
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Dean. Through to Councillor Grant. So this is something we are discussing with the school boards as our team meets with them. I think it's a little bit of a gray area from the school board's perspective around who funds constructing the drop-off lanes. But it is something that we are discussing with them to alleviate traffic. I mean, I live over in Kinniburg, and that's just one example of all the problems it creates in the community for that 20-minute span in the morning and the afternoon. So we are working with them to try to address something better on the new schools that are coming out. So I'd hope that we can work cooperatively to find a solution for these 3 sites and future ones.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions with regards to school sites? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, so for the dropping off lanes, I just want to, as you all know, like my kid go to PWE, their dropping off lane for parents is obviously on the road, is wider road, but the buses are going inside the parking lot, not the vehicle are not go into, and so all the buses is going and the kids are hopping on and off inside that play area. I think that is the really good suggestion, and is a safety for the kids as well, and the parents is dropping on the sidewalk, and the kids can walk. So because other school I seen sometime the buses and the vehicles are at the same place, and that's why it's a bit more chaos. So if it's in the future around the parking, they just make it around in and out, and the both school are utilizing really good. I think we administration can look into that project and suggestions. I'd be appreciated for that.
Thank you, Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. This is another school adjacent question, and you've recently brought it up, through the chair to Mr. Edney. You recently brought it up probably about a month ago, and it's about the traffic lights at Dawson in front of the Catholic school there. The presentation was that they were delayed, and I'm kind of looking for a timeline in the hopes that they will be installed before the school year starts. So I pick up my kids every day, so I get nonstop questions because I'm standing at that intersection. So I'm hoping that if we don't have a date, that we can reach out to the developer and at least get a more firm date than it's delayed.
And if they are delayed, can we get like Councillor Grant like a vest and a stop sign? And
No, the cardboard.
Mr. Edney.
Through the chair, I can get him even those things that they use at the airport, the lights. So unfortunately, I don't have an exact date, but if you've been by there, you'll notice that everything is in place underground to put the lights up. My understanding is it's actually the pole and lights that the contractor's waiting on. So I don't have a firm date, but I will send council an update when I do hear exactly where they're at in that procurement. But my understanding is once that material is delivered, it's pretty quick before that is up and operational. Yeah, not directly related to that, but we have had another developer down at the south end. We've been able to accelerate some installation of lights there as well. That's still a couple of years out, down at the south end by the canal, but I appreciate our developers working cooperatively on this stuff with us right now.
I think Councillor Grant will also be appreciative of the fact that what you're saying is the electricians got their work done. We're just waiting for everybody else. to get that work done. Would that be counts? Yes, you're welcome, Councillor Grant. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Mr. Edney. With respect to the traffic mitigation in front of St. Gabe's and Prairie Waters, there was a study done. I want to say in 2021, there were some very good suggestions. I think the only reason why we didn't go ahead with it was probably the pandemic and maybe budgetary issues, but there's definitely a study done. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Ryan. Okay. With that, I think we'll have the motion to accept the school site's update for information. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee accept the school site update for information.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. With regards to recreation, Mr. Edney.
Okay, thanks, Mayor Dean. Through you to the committee. So I think we already hit on the CRCA updates. I was going to mention a date, but I won't mention a date. I will just say sometime in September. It sounds like the CRCA is confirmed to come present to council, as you've been asking for. Additionally, I've got some meetings in early August to work administratively with how we can further advance all of these issues that are important to us, the community, and the CRCA as well. Lakeside Greens Golf Course, just kind of a mid-year update here. I don't think this is going to be a surprise for anybody, but we've had a tough start to the year with the weather through April, May, and June. We're significantly behind on expected green fees from the public, which makes sense. Again, in poorer weather, members will play because they've already paid their way, but it's tough to get the public out to pay when it's calling for storms and that kind of thing. We are expecting a better forecast through the rest of the summer and hope to catch up. We've seen this in previous years as well. I will say thank you to the men's night group. For whatever reason, we have sold more beer than we planned to this year. So there's our one positive out of the early start to the season. I guess making us play when it's raining makes us buy more beer after the round. So thank you to the men's. I shouldn't credit just the men's night group, but my observation is they are doing their part. I think Councillor Grant can maybe attest to that as well. I'm doing my part. He's doing his part. Something kind of exciting to talk about on the Lakeside Greens, and it's not really directly related to the city, but it's proximal to, I guess, the work that council is doing, the work administration's doing to some extent, just to profile our community. So on September 17th, we're actually going to close the course down for the day. Talked to the membership group about this already, and 99 Entertainment is going to be hosting a golf tournament and a concert that day. So the plan is there, and I'm having a rough day after being away for a couple of days here, but essentially, if you ever look around and see what they do, they like to offer experiences for people who are in the 99 entertainment community. So don't worry, it's not an adult-oriented business or anything like that. It is associated with Bet99, but if you watch what they do, they provide fun days, I guess. They do something at F1 in Montreal, and they were looking to do something in the Calgary area. And through some contacts I've made in this role, I was able to convince them that Chestermere would be the right place to do this, because they necessarily weren't looking for somewhere like in the middle of Calgary. So they're going to be using our course. Everybody's invited. You can sign up. The information will be out shortly, as this is just getting finalized, even to some extent this morning through a text chat here. But it's going to host a scramble golf tournament through the day, and then the plan is to host on the driving range. You'll play golf, maybe sometime between 11 and 12, finish up around 5, have some dinner, and then out on the driving range is going to be a concert with a couple semi-confirmed Canadian country artists who will come to Chestermere. That part of the event will also sell tickets that are open to the general public. We'll try and keep those relatively cost-effective. If you've played in the golf tournaments, you get sort of a VIP pass up closer to the front to enjoy this. If you are a resident of Chestermere and want to come out and listen to some good music for a few hours, you can buy a ticket separately, bring a long chair, that kind of thing, and listen. The intent is to schedule the day so that it's wrapped up by sort of 9:30 at the latest, again being cognizant of noise and that kind of thing for the neighboring community. But really excited, that a group like this out of Toronto was excited to choose Chestermere and was able to work with us to get something going here. So again, City of Chestermere is not directly sponsoring it, other than it's going to bring some good revenue to the course. The intent is they're working with some other groups for, NHL alumni, some other celebrities to attend and lend their name to the event. There will be some auction, silent auction, potential live auction stuff. And the agreement at this point is, their goal is entirely to break even. And then we kind of morphed it into anything above and beyond will go back to the golf course for capital improvements. So I'm hoping we can see, a fairly good return, probably not to the level that council raised for the food bank, but somewhere in between to go directly back into the course. So I think this is a good news story for the city. It'll be fun to have an event like this in our community. And again, something that's not going to cost the city any time, money, or planning. The only other thing then in the recreation update is going to be just on the Dawson's Landing Rec Center. We've been making a lot of progress administratively to bring a whole bunch of motions out there that I hope we will be able to wrap into some comprehensive reports come September, October, whereby we can get council to hopefully make some motions and some decisions to advance this project to the next stage. So again, lots of work going on in the background that you should see come to fruition in September, October. And that's it I have for this. If there's any questions, happy to answer those.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair to Mr. Edney. You briefly touched on it, and it was about the golf course capital repair projects that we're doing. Having golf there every Wednesday, I would say that I haven't seen any capital projects underway yet. Do you have any update on when some of those improvements or repairs will begin?
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, so the main ones we have completed was the bridge over the par 3 there, number 6, if you recall. So we rebuilt that land bridge. We did reinforce the bridge going from 2 green over to 3 tee box. Still bounces a little bit, but it's in good structural shape, and the path going up and back is better there. We've had to make some repairs to some of the less sexy things, like the pumps that run the irrigation system. Number 1, the new starter shack that the Preservation Society came in. I think they've got the cement base poured and should have that starting to come in. There are renovations to the bathroom on 5 that should be happening imminently. I actually haven't been in there to see any progress made, but I know our facility coordinator at the golf course is working on that. We are bringing the roads team over. They're going to help with some fixes up to the parking lot, deal with some of these potholes, clean up some of the gravel. And we've also got a contractor coming to do some exterior work, painting, fix the gutters on the front of the clubhouse. So relatively small. Some of the bigger things like the pond retaining walls, we're still working through a potential solution with a community member who's part of the Canadian military to potentially help us with a very cost-effective solution to clean that up. Once we have an answer from Ottawa on that, we can decide whether we can go down that route or do something different. I think one of my promises to council was for some of these smaller few $1,000 projects, we were going to go ahead and do them, but for some of these bigger ones, I'd circle back to council as well. So we're trying to be selective in how we spend that money right now. But there are a few on the go, and hopefully start seeing some of them pop up in the next few weeks as complete.
Councillor
Grant. Thank you for that, Mr. Edney. My next question would probably be, now that we have the sponsorship donation policy. I know there's a ton of business owners in Chestermere. There's a ton of business owners that play men's night. I'm wondering if we've engaged or started developing some sort of plan to see if there are community members that would contribute to the golf course for naming rights or for a certain term, something like that. I just because you brought up the past, and I know there's multiple paving contractors in Chestermere, and I know they all golf too. So it's just, I'm wondering if we've started connecting those dots yet, or if we're going to.
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, through you to Councillor Grant. So no, we haven't started doing that formally, but yes, that's on the radar. Sponsor a hole, sponsor a cart pass, sponsor a bench, all these same kind of things that we're looking at elsewhere in the city. We want to do. One of the other things I expect to come back early in the fall too to council is some options for what we do next year. Right, we've had a lot of conversations of how it's owned, operated, and structured. So I think it makes some sense to maybe address that before we then get out for the formal asks. But yes, that'll be something we look at hard through the rest of the year and through the winter months into next year. Even simple things like updating the signs and getting some sponsors to do that. So we are working on it, just haven't formally done anything with the community yet. But I know a lot of the members have some pretty good ideas as well. I think I updated this last time too. We are a little distracted over at the golf course. There was a sewer backup. I think I mentioned this at the last update a month ago, that it's in the final steps of remediation through our insurance program right now. So there's been a lot of focus by the team over there to make sure we get that completed and get that cleaned up. So it's on our radar, and we will be working on it.
Great, thank you. Any other comments, questions from council with regards to recreation? Seeing none, can I have a councillor make the motion to accept the recreation update for information, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I move that the Governance and Priority Committee accept the recreation updates for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. For the next committee updates, so I know that we moved many of these items today to the consent agenda. I apologize for my oversight. I guess we probably should have moved the Federation of Canadian Municipalities FCM update to the consent agenda as well. So just because it's left on there, I'll just make a brief comment on it. Most of council attended the FCM conference. We attended it at different times. Some of us had to leave early to come back for other events. So it was a bit of a divide and conquer approach this year at FCM, which was held in Edmonton this year. But I would encourage people to go and read through the report and see the amount of sessions that were attended, the tours that we went on, the work that we did, and all of those sorts of things. So would absolutely recommend people go and have a look at that. And then the other one that was on here under myself was the Alberta Municipality Spring Municipal Leaders Caucus. This was held in Red Deer. My favorite part of this part of it was to be able to go and connect with other municipal elected officials and just again find out about the great work that's happening within there, and then the ongoing conversations that Alberta Municipalities is leading on when it comes to taxes reimagined, looking what's happening within our communities and how AB Munis is continuing to advocate. And it's a great opportunity for municipalities like ourselves to be able to provide feedback on the advocacy that AB Munis is doing. So again, it was a great session. Myself and Councillor Sambo was there. Councillor Sambo being there really more in her role as a director with AB Munis and councillor. But I would be remiss if I did not provide opportunity. If Councillor Sambo, if you want to provide any comment, nope, she's good. So yeah, those would be the two things that I would have on there. So other than that, council, I would encourage us here this afternoon, since we had pretty extensive reports that on our committee updates. I believe that those would be the only ones, unless there's something pressing that has been happening. I also know that many of us have taken our committee time off during the summer, especially to say during Stampede and things like that. But would be remiss if I did not provide opportunity if there's a councillor that wanted to bring something up today with regards to their committee work. Seeing none. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I do have one thing that I'd like to bring up from committee, and I know I've sent some updates to our chair for future agenda items on potential committee fundings, which we won't discuss today at GAP, and also sent some information to our CAO in regards to some budget items in regards to the Lake and Watershed Committee and initiatives that the committee is interested in. But one of the time-sensitive items that we have is, since 2016, the city's had an initiative to do a flowering rush count around the lake, and we haven't been getting strong feedback from our parks group. I know that we're limited on resources within that group, vacations and otherwise, but typically the count is done. The only time it hasn't been done since 2016 was last year, and it's an important metric for the residents and the city and the WID because it tells us whether we're winning or not against the flowering rush. One of the things that just came up today from one of the residents is they found coagula mussels in a Saskatchewan lake, which is a really big deal because it's starting to spread westward. We have to ensure that we're watching not only our invasive species, but with regards to flowering rush, I wanted to ask through our chair to administration, we've got some loose commitments that we are hoping that we can get a count done here by the end of July, early August. But I know that committee and a lot of our residents are expecting something a little bit more firm from administration. So that question to you, Mr. Edney.
Mr. Edney.
Thanks, Mayor Dean. Through you to Councillor Warzanowski. I can't comment directly on the flowering rush right now at this point, but if it's something we've done every year, I'll work with the Parks Department to make sure it's something we get done.
Yeah, and
this
if
year
you,
as well.
Thank you so much, Mr. Edney. If you can get back to me directly, feel free to copy council on this as well, so I can report back to committee and some of the residents. That would be greatly appreciated. The timing is now, because what will happen if we miss the timing at the end of, let's say we're doing it in the end of August or early September, the flowering rush starts to sprout and then it starts spreading. So the residents, to the city's benefit, who are on the lake or are using the lake, would use that information to go out of their way to start the removals if we started mapping it. And the city still has an active map on their website, which is excellent. So that information would be certainly beneficial. Thank you for providing me that feedback.
Thank you, Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to, actually this one is for Mr. Adney. So you know that I do sit on the Alberta Mooney's Committee on Policing, Justice and Emergency Management Committee. At our last meeting, we were joined by the Assistant Fire Commissioner for the province, and one of the takeaways, and I guess the message that he wanted us to share with our CEOs was to, and again, this is for all the CEOs across the province, to do a better job of educating elected officials when it comes to differentiating between needs and wants when it comes to budget. So when our fire services, they come and they are requiring certain things to do their job, there seems to be the lack of, there seems to be a bit of a frustration among elected officials because we're not subject matters when it comes to these equipments. So he did allude to that there's a lot of tools and resources out there that CEOs should be using to educate elected officials. I don't know what that looks like, if it'll be like a workshop or what have you, but I guess it's something that we should come back to when it comes to budget and when our fire officials are here asking for things.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, through you to Councillor Ryan. Yeah, I think maybe this is something you and I should chat about offline. I like to think, and I hope with our fire chief and with all the processes we do administratively before we come to budget, that we clearly differentiate for council what needs or versus wants are. I think that isn't necessarily done in every other community. But if there are resources and things that we can share, absolutely. One thing I can assure council, it's never administration's intent to ever trick isn't the right word, but convince council to do something we don't need. So I can kind of hold you with that promise when we get to budget time that anything we do bring will be for a material need, and I'll ensure we have whatever resources to answer your questions available at that time as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Adney. And yeah, it wasn't, a shot taken at Chestermere at all. It was basically a blanket statement to all the municipalities.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think too, our council has demonstrated, but it's within our strategic plan that professional development is a priority for us. So if there are resources like that, and again, it's one of the things that goes back to what we were talking about with FCM, maybe munis, MCMC. We continue to bring back resources. I guess to further comment on FCM, Director Fluker made a comment to me this morning about there was somebody that we ran into at FCM. I provided that resource to Mr. Fluker. Mr. Fluker's like, this is a great resource, and he's tracking that down. So don't know how that's going to come out publicly, but yeah, absolutely. So thank you, Councillor Narayan, for bringing that back, and encourage that to be shared with CAO would be great. Any other final comments with regards to committee updates from council? Okay, seeing none, can I have a councillor make the motion, please, to accept for information? Councillor Sambo?
I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the committee updates for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. I just want to make sure we don't miss this. Mr. Edney, is there anything that you need motion-wise from the comments that were made, either from Councillor Wojciechowski or Councillor Ryan, or are those just matter of due course with administration? Okay, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Wojciechowski? Sorry, Councillor Wojciechowski?
No, thank you. I appreciate that no motions required, but Kent, I just emailed you some of the correspondence that we've had with your parks group. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I apologize, Council. I'm going to go back in time. I would like to call for an in-camera session. Section 26, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations. Section 26, CRCA Data Capture Access to Information Act, ATIA. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee go into closed session at 3:14 p.m. to discuss the following: CRCA Data Capture Access to Information Act, Section 26, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations.
Thank you. Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back from our closed session. Can I have a counselor make the motion, please, to come out of our closed session at 3:28 p.m.? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee come out of closed session at 2:38 p.m.
Comments, questions from council? 3:28.
3:28.
Thank you.
3:28 p.m. I apologize.
Thank you. Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll take our mandatory 5-minute break, and then we will be coming back and adjourning our meeting. But taking our 5-minute break, there will be one motion when we come back. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back from our break here, and we just have one motion before adjourning. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the information presented during closed session for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And can I have a councillor make the motion to adjourn the Governance and Priorities meeting? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee adjourn the meeting at 3:36 p.m.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Thanks, everyone. See you next week.